Presidents, the Honorable Kamala Harris.
Good morning to the members of Congress, Senator Jack Reed, Congressman Steve Womack, and Congressman Pat Ryan, to the Secretary of the Army, Christine Wormuth, Chief of Staff of the Army, General James McConville, and Superintendent of the United States Military Academy, Lieutenant General Stephen Gilland, and to the soldiers and officers and faculty and staff and distinguished guests. It is an honor, truly an honor, to be with all of you this morning. And to the cadets of the class of 2023, congratulations. You made it. You made it. You made it through Beast and Buckner, through remote learning in SAMI. You celebrated together at holiday dinners and Ring Weekend, and you beat Navy, yes, twice. To make it to today, I am also aware that some of you had to sneak out after taps to spin Sedgwick's spurs. I will not ask for a show of hands, but for those who did, it clearly worked. Cadets, today you come to the end of what I am sure will prove to be 47 of the most challenging and rewarding months of your life. And there are so many people indeed who helped make it to this day. To the families and loved ones here, thank you for the incredible care and support you have given these leaders. I know you feel an immense sense of pride looking at our cadets, and it is a pride I share and that our country shares. On behalf of our Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, and our entire nation, cadets, it is my honor to congratulate you on taking your place in the long gray line. Some of you are the first in your family to graduate from West Point. Others of you have long family legacies here. As just one example, in a few minutes, Cadet Mary Bell will walk across this stage. Cheering her on is her mother, Therese, class of 1986. Her father, Michael, class of 1983. And her grandfather, Peter, class of 1961. Also joining us are 2 of Mary's uncles and 3 of Mary's cousins, all graduates of West Point. So Mary, as it turns out, you have convened a family reunion here today. Also graduating today are cadets Aaron Hall and Claire Dworsky, with a popular cheering fan group right over there. 4 years ago, as a United States Senator, it was my great honor to nominate them for admission to this academy, and today, as a point of personal privilege, it is my proud honor to watch them complete this journey. So to the class of 2023, and to all the cadets here today, you stand on the broad shoulders of generations of Americans who have worn the uniform, including many barrier breakers and trailblazers. In fact, this year you celebrate the 75th anniversary of the integration of women in the military, as well as the desegregation of our military. These milestones are a reminder of a fundamental truth. Our military is strongest when it fully reflects the people of America, West Point, each and every day, America's service members demonstrate extraordinary skill, dedication, and discipline. They are willing to sacrifice everything to protect the lives and liberty of people they may never meet. And I believe there is no more noble work that a person can do than to serve our nation in uniform. And today, then, to the class of 2023, you join the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. Cadets, since our day, your first day on campus, the world has drastically changed. A once-in-a-century global pandemic took millions of lives and disrupted life for billions more. America ended our longest war, and Russia launched the first major ground war in Europe since World War II. Looking forward to the future, it is clear you graduate into an increasingly unsettled world where long-standing principles are at risk. In Ukraine, Russia's aggression is an attack on the lives and freedom of the Ukrainian people, and an attack on international rules and norms that have served as the foundation of international security and prosperity for generations. In the Indo-Pacific, China is rapidly modernizing its military and threatening both the freedom of the seas and rules of international commerce. At the same time, autocrats have become bolder, the threat of terrorism persists, and an accelerating climate crisis continues to disrupt lives and livelihoods, all a threat to global stability and security. And here's how I see it. In the face of all these challenges, America plays a singular role of leadership. Cadets, global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions. Our vibrant economy creates unmatched innovation and opportunity and drives global growth. Our unrivaled network of allies and partners allows us to build coalitions and catalyze global action in a way no other nation can. And our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security. And it is this pillar of our strength where you cadets have dedicated yourself to lead. Essential to our strength is the role then that you will play in defending our nation's highest ideals. Because today, of course, is not only a graduation, it is a commissioning. In just a few moments, you will take an oath, not to a person, not to a political party, but to the Constitution. you will take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And by extension, to support and defend our most sacred ideals: freedom, democracy, and rule of law. All across the world, the soldiers of the United States Army defend these ideals. And as Vice President, I have seen it firsthand. In Poland, on NATO's eastern flank, I met with soldiers of the Army's 5th Corps who deter threats to the NATO alliance and stand for freedom across Europe. In South Korea, at the DMZ, I met with members of the 8th Army who are standing shoulder to shoulder with our South Korean allies, protecting their democracy and international rule of law. And soon, as officers in the United States Army, you will join the ranks of those brave warriors and make your own mark on the world. So wherever you go from here, remember your oath. Let it guide you in all that you do, including toward innovation. Because to protect our ideals in the 21st century, the United States military must remain the most innovative fighting force in the world. Now, this is where I'm talking to you all based on your generation at this moment in time. So think about it, from computers to the internet to satellite navigation. Our military historically has been on the forefront of research, development, and technological discovery. Advancements made by our military have not only strengthened our national security, they have helped to improve everyday life for people across the world. And so as I look out at you, I know that you will build on that leadership because, of course, your generation grew up online. Technology that might be intimidating or unfamiliar to other generations, to you is exciting and intuitive. You see what can be unburdened by what has been, and you have the agility and the ability to bring that potential to life. Here at West Point, you have reinforced then those skills. You have trained in cyber, in robotics, in artificial intelligence, and systems engineering. And now, you will take this experience and apply it as officers. You will enable rapid adoption of new technology into every aspect of war fighting, which might mean using AI to predict the movements of our adversaries, might mean autonomous vehicles to support and supply our forces, or virtual reality to train our soldiers on new weapon systems. And as I think about the future of our military, I am particularly optimistic because of you. Because I know you will make sure that as the character of warfare changes, no nation will match the power of America's military, on traditional battlefields or in future domains. And let us also be clear, the power of America's military not only rests on our technology, our weaponry, our hardware, it rests on the character and the resolve of our people. America has no greater resource, no greater strategic asset than the men and women who wear our uniform. Our soldiers are the best trained and most prepared in the world, the most effective, most cohesive, and most lethal warriors in the world. And as officers, you are about to be granted one of the greatest privileges and most sacred duties that our nation can bestow: to lead American service members. Cadets, in the not too distant future, after you are commissioned and after you complete your basic officer leadership course, many of you will meet your platoon for the first time. So here's what's going to happen. Those soldiers will look in your eyes. They will look into your eyes for resolve, for support, for guidance, and for leadership. And in that moment, I imagine you will feel some excitement and also, perhaps, some uncertainty. But know this, you are ready. You have graduated from the preeminent leader development institution in the world, and you have everything you need: the skills, the knowledge, and the character to serve our nation. And so know, we believe in you and we need you. For more than 2 centuries, America has relied on the conscience, the capability, and the courage of West Point officers. Today, our nation turns to each of you for the strength that you have built here at West Point: the physical strength, the mental strength, the emotional strength, and the strength of character. And in years to come, I promise you, you will be tried and you will be tested. And I am so very confident that you will rise to each occasion. Whatever comes your way, you are ready, and you are ready because you are true leaders of character. And so now, class of 2023, as your Vice President, it is my profound honor to congratulate you on this tremendous accomplishment and to address you for the first time as graduates of the United States Military Academy. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, thank you for your words of wisdom today. On behalf of the class of 2023, I would like to present you with this gift of a cadet saber as a token of our appreciation for your words today.
Thank you very much. I am honored. I am honored.
Thank you.
I can only think of one word for this. Wow. Welcome to Gunsense University 2023. I am so honored to kick off this weekend, and let me tell you, after 3 remote years, I am just thrilled that we're all together here today. And let me tell you, you all are just a sight to behold. So, let me start, though, by thanking some Illinois Gunsense champions who were in the House with us today. Congresswoman Jane Schakowsky. Congresswoman Lauren Underwood. Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton. And today in particular, I want to give a big, big shout out to my friend, Attorney General Kwame Brown. Kwame has fought so hard to protect the state's ban on assault weapons, and today his efforts have paid off. So, one more time, let's give all our special guests today a big round of applause. All right, now let's get down to business. My job today is pretty simple. It's to kick off a conversation among 3 leading lights. I'll start with someone you already know and who you already love. And that's Angela Farrell Zabala. As all of you know, Angela is the new director, executive director of Moms Demand Action, and I've had the privilege, the incredible privilege, of knowing Angela for the past 4 years. And let me tell you, it's been this extraordinary joy for me to watch all of you getting to know her too. So let's give a huge hand to Angela and welcome her to the stage. Our next guest doesn't need any introduction, at least in my household, he doesn't. And that's because my teenage daughter may be his biggest fan. Most Americans know Jason George as Dr. Ben Warren from Grey's Anatomy, and also from Station 19. But make no mistake, Jason Halls also has a very, very big fan club right here in this room. And you know what? He deserves it because he always answers the call. He always shows up and he always goes the extra mile. So on behalf of Everytown and my 18-year-old daughter, of course, please join me in welcoming Jason. Speaking of fan clubs, our next guest is someone I've looked up to for the past 20 years. I first met Vice President Harris when she was the DA of San Francisco. And let me tell you, it was clear back then, as it is today, that she meant business when it comes to gun safety. You know, gun violence has never been abstract to her. She saw it up close every time she visited a crime scene, every time she consoled a victim's family, and every time she pored over medical records. But as we all know, her commitment to gun safety has remained strong, and it has remained steadfast. She kept fighting when she was AG of California. She kept fighting when she was elected to the U.S. Senate. And she's kept fighting now as vice president. Together, she and President Biden lead the boldest Gunsense administration in American history. I don't have time to list all of their achievements, but I can't resist naming just a few. They helped pass the first federal gun safety bill in decades. They installed the first ATF director in years. They used executive action to stop ghost guns. And they're making big investments in community-based organizations. Add it all up, and the takeaway is crystal clear. This administration's commitment to gun safety is not only historic, it is a seismic shift. They know what you all have been saying for years, that gun safety is not only good policy, it's also good politics. And that's why Everytown proudly endorses the Biden-Harris ticket. And is why everyone in this room, everyone I know, will fight like hell to win another 4 years. So, without further ado, the moment you've been waiting for, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. All right, the stage is yours.
Is this thing on? Yes, it is.
The love is real.
Yes. Hey, everybody. Seems like you have some fans here.
I am a fan of everyone here. And I said to John, I'm looking at all of these extraordinary leaders. You know, there's so much about what's happening in our country that can cause people to stay awake at night. But when I look out at this crowd, I know our future is bright. I know our future is bright. Truly.
Thank you. Well, we're so glad to have you here. And thank you all for being here. We feel the love all the way up on this stage. Thank you, John, for that introduction. I am so excited to also be ushering us into the next decade of this work, doing this shoulder to shoulder with you. So we're here in Chicago to celebrate the progress that we've made working alongside the strongest gun safety administration in history. We're also here to chart a course forward for this life-saving work, and it's such an honor and pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you, Angela. It's wonderful to be
Thank you, thank you.
And Jason, thank you.
So we are 10 years into Moms Demand Action, rolling up those red sleeves, but you got us beat because you have been doing this, making sure you're keeping our communities safe, preventing the illegal flow of guns into communities your entire career. You travel the country, meeting world leaders. You also advise the president. So why did you decide to come and join us here at Gunsense University?
I decided first and foremost to come to just thank you all. Let me just start with this. I know who's here. And so many of the leaders who are here because you have chosen to translate your grief and your fear into the empowerment of communities and our country. And it's an extraordinary thing that you are doing on behalf of people you may never meet and people who may never know your name. It's extraordinary what you are doing, that in the midst of this issue that creates such fear and such trauma and such feelings of loneliness, to use your individual leadership and the power of your leadership to remind people that they are not alone and that we exist in a community that cares about fellowship and love and empathy. I think about who the leaders are here who understand that our measure of the strength of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it's based on who you lift up. You know? So I'm here to thank you. I'm here to thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much again for being here. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and thank you all for being here for me personally, because look, I mean, it is a personal issue, as you were just saying. For so many of us, it's affected us personally in our lives, loved ones. I mean, for me personally, it was my cousin Daryl was a victim of gun violence. We have had issues of domestic abuse in my family where a gun was part of the issue. We have a family friend where a moment of domestic abuse and easy access to a gun means that he will probably never walk out of a prison again. So in my life, I've seen it from all different sides, and you've been working so hard for gun safety all this time, and you've seen the changes in it. I'm just wondering how you're thinking about this issue right now in this moment.
Vote.gov.
Y'all heard it, right? You heard it, right? Say it loud. Say it. Vote.gov. Say it loud. Tell a friend. Tell a friend.
Tell a couple friends, at least 5.
As Vice President of the United States, I'm acutely aware of the fact that gun violence is the leading cause of death of the children of America. It's the #1 cause of death, not some disease. Well, although this is a form of a disease, to be sure. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of our children. I don't need to tell anybody here, but for those watching and listening from afar, 1 in 5 Americans has a family member that was killed by gun violence. And when we think then about the tragedy of that, and we consider that each incident that occurs, be it an incident that was a mass shooting, or everyday gun violence, or suicide by gun, or an accidental shooting because there was not a lockbox and a safe box. When we think about it, we know that it is so much bigger than the tragedy of that one incident. The ramifications of it to the individuals who are directly impacted, to the community then that is impacted, and to all of society, and for a lifetime often. I think that we rightly, and the leaders here rightly, characterize this as a crisis that requires leadership, because the solutions don't require, by the way, a whole lot of creativity.
Right? Right?
It's not like we need to do.
Absolutely.
And so I very seriously responded to your question with my point about voting, because the reality of it is so much of this issue can be addressed by common sense, reasonable gun safety laws, but we need elected leaders to have the courage to act.
Right.
Say it again. Say it again.
I think we have some in the room.
And we do. And we do. The members of Congress who are here, the Lieutenant Governor, the Attorney General. We even have Reverend Jesse Jackson is with us today. Oh, there he is, right
The
there.
legend.
We see you.
Yes. But we and here's the thing about this issue that I think we all know, and it is that there are some people who are just trying to sell a false choice, which we know to not buy. That false choice be to suggest that you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. And I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe we need to renew the assault weapons ban. We need red flag laws. We need universal background checks. And again, I'm preaching to the choir, but here's the thing. It's just reasonable that you might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know.
You might. You might.
Feels like common sense.
It is reasonable to say that a weapon of war, a weapon that was literally designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly, has no place on the streets of a civil society. It's reasonable. And I think it is also reasonable, as a former prosecutor, to say that it is reasonable to say that the gun manufacturers should not have immunity from litigation.
That right there.
On this issue. You know, you can on the one hand say, you know, it's interesting how some of the people there are the people who are fearless, and then there are people who are feckless. And it is interesting to me. Oh, we gotta have real talk up here, right?
We're gonna get real. We're gonna get real.
It is interesting to me how some of the very people who refuse to engage in a meaningful debate and discussion on this, who refuse to pass reasonable laws, are the same ones who talk about accountability all the time. The hypocrisy of that. And I think all these things need to be called out and addressed on this issue. And we don't have a moment to spare, nor do we have a life to spare on this issue.
Right. Not a moment to spare, let a life to spare.
That's a T-shirt.
That sure is. And you just named it. You named, when you started speaking, about this being the leading cause of death for kids and teens in this country.
Can you imagine?
It's absolutely outrageous and unacceptable. And then when you turn on the TV, it just feels like every single time there's news of some other senseless tragedy, and it doesn't even take into account the daily gun violence and the stories that never even get a headline.
Absolutely right.
We know in this room that this is a public health crisis and this is an epidemic. So what is the administration doing to help keep our communities safe and protect them?
Yeah. So John mentioned a number of things. We are proud, President Biden and I and our administration, that we were able to push forward and help pass the first meaningful gun safety legislation in 30 years. And by the way, you know, there are a lot of organizers here, so you will know this term, but the inside game matters, because you all in these red t-shirts show up everywhere. Everywhere.
We scare some people.
And it matters. And it matters. And it matters because you are putting the pressure on the folks who are on the inside to act. It matters. I know sometimes it feels like, is it making a difference? And it requires a whole lot of you. It requires you to leave your home and all the obligations that come with that and your role of responsibility in the context of your life and your family, to go to these events, to go to these town halls, to go to these rallies. And it matters because then you put the pressure on the system so that the system has to hear the voices and respond in some way. And so that's why it's because of your activism that we then had momentum on the inside to pass this historic legislation. But the president will tell you, if he were here, I will tell you, it is historic and it is a drop in the bucket because we still have so much more to do. And again, that is about universal background checks. That is about the assault weapons ban. It is about all of these other things. But what we have been able to do, to your point about a public health crisis, is to put substantial resources into things like mental health, put substantial resources into community-based response, right? Which is so important. And you know, on the mental health piece, I don't need to tell, in particular the young leaders here, how real this is. You know, I grew up in California, so when we started school, elementary, I know a lot of Californians here.
We got a few people from California here.
Look what I'm about to do. My husband grew up in New Jersey.
We got Jersey here, too.
Anybody from Virginia?
We're Illinois.
And I'm from D.C., so.
That's just Virginia. That's just Virginia.
Couldn't help it. But the piece that is about so growing up, when I started school as a young student, first day of school, we'd learn the teacher's name, we'd learn where the bathroom was, we'd learn if there's an earthquake, duck under a desk. Our babies have been going to school, and on the first day of school, they are learning the teacher's name, where the bathroom is, and how to sit quiet if there is an active shooter in their school. I've had young students on this issue talk with me and say things like, yeah, I really don't like going to fifth period. And I said, well, why, sweetheart, why don't you want to go to fifth period? Because in that classroom, there's no closet.
That's deep.
Yeah. Our children are supposed to be sitting in a classroom with their mind open to all of the wonders and beauty of the world. And half of their mind, because they are realists and they are paying attention, are concerned about where their chair is situated as it relates to the door of the classroom. Or you've got these, again, I'm going to put them in the same category, all these other people that don't have the courage to act, some of them will say, well, you know, the solution here, strap a gun to the teacher. Our teachers want to teach. Our teachers want to teach.
Makes no sense.
And we don't pay them enough as it is. the trauma piece of this is so very real, the trauma piece of this, where a mother or a father is telling their child, honey, when gunfire breaks out at night, jump in the tub. Because if you're laying in the tub, that stray bullet is unlikely to hit you. This is America. And this kind of self-inflicted harm has got to stop.
As a parent, that hit me hard. That's a, you were talking about how these lovely people are busy people, but they take time out of their lives to be activists. You are an incredibly busy woman. You've been working for gun safety for so much time, but you also handle a lot of the administration's other issues. My favorite phrase that you use is that the right to be safe is a civic right.
A civil right. I do believe that.
Is it, and that's an amazing phrase. So, but there are a lot of other civil rights and issues that you talk about that you are handling for the administration. LGBTQ plus,
yes.
Reproductive rights,
yes. Yes.
voting rights.
Yes.
And in my mind, that puts you in the perfect position to be able to see how, if and how there's a connection between all those issues. And I wonder if you could speak on that a little bit.
Definitely, and I would put on that list also fighting that our schools would teach America's full history.
Please say it. Say it. Say it. You're going to get my blood pressure up, Madam Vice President.
But to your point, so Jason, I love, okay, so this is where you're gonna hear the geek in me. I love Venn diagrams. So those 3 circles, sometimes there's more.
Geek out. Love
and you can tell so much if you just look at where the intersections are. So I've prepared, and I've asked my team to prepare a Venn diagram on from where are we seeing the attacks? On voting rights, on people's access and right to reproductive health care, on LGBTQ rights, and then you can put this circle on and those who refuse to propose and fight for reasonable gun safety laws, and you will see an extraordinary intersection. And here's what that also tells you, and this is the beauty of organizing and all movements. Incredible opportunity for coalition building. Incredible opportunity for coalition building. Because to your point about, I do believe that the right to be safe should be thought of as a civil right. And a human right, I heard somebody in the audience say, and it is about freedom, right? And including, and this is a very maybe simple point, but I think very important, the freedom to just be. To just be. To be safe. The freedom to exercise your right to exercise your voice through the ballot. The freedom to make decisions about your own body and not having the government try to tell you what to do. Right? The freedom to love who you love and be open and proud about that. So the intersections are pretty profound, because there is a collective movement, if we see the connections, that is about freedom. And I will say then, I do believe that when we are in the fight for America to realize her promise and to achieve the foundational principles of freedom and equality, we are acting in one of the most purest forms of patriotism, because we are fighting, born out of love of country, for America to achieve her ideals and the promise of America. Right? And I do believe that to be a very true and pure form of patriotism, that we know our country is worth fighting for, we love our country, and we will challenge our country to live up to its promise. Right?
Well, this is such a meaningful, incredible conversation already, and I want to spread the love, Madam Vice President. I want to make sure that we have a couple questions from the audience. So I first want to hand it over to Brenda Mitchell from Illinois. Brenda.
Brenda's on the home team.
Oh, there she is.
Our first question is, your administration has always put victims and survivors of gun violence at the center of its efforts to save lives. I know you've personally visited with so many survivors of gun violence like myself, and seen how the trauma impacts an entire community. What have you learned from traveling across the country and meeting with communities impacted by gun violence? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. And I've had the honor of speaking with you before we came out here, and I just want to thank you again for the courage that you have shown to lead in spite of the extraordinary loss you have suffered. So the trauma piece of this can't be understated, because also without serious intervention, trauma is inherited, not physiologically, not genetically, but environmentally. Healing is so important. So when President Biden and I, when we did do the legislation, this piece of it that was about getting more counselors, mental health counselors in schools, and community-based intervention was very intentional, because as I said earlier, the effect of this violence, and we are talking about a violent act, right? I don't mean to get too specific, but I prosecuted homicide cases. I have seen autopsies. I know what this violence does to the human body. And so we have to take seriously the importance of helping communities heal and not requiring you to do it on your own. I used to, when I was DA of San Francisco, I used to go and visit with it was initially called the Mothers of Homicide Victims, and then it changed to the Parents of Homicide Victims. And they would meet, I think it was every Thursday evening. And I was like the first person DA that ever went to meet with them. And we talked a lot about these mothers and fathers who were then counseling mothers and fathers who would walk in because that week they lost their child to gun violence, and the importance of healing and therapy and treating the trauma. And that's one of the pieces I just cannot emphasize enough, that as community leaders and as leaders who really do think about healing from a peer perspective, we really do want to always reinforce the importance of people seeking help that is about dealing with the emotional trauma they have experienced. But the other thing that I see over and over again throughout the country, every year, always, and most recently as vice president, I went to Buffalo, right? So that's a grocery store. I was, in Monterey Park. It was a community center. July 4th parade. I've been to these places. Atlanta, small businesses. We also have to to realize that throughout our country, every day people are having this experience, and these so-called leaders need to hear these voices and act in a way that understands this really is about a public health issue as much as it is anything. And we cannot let them get away with politicizing this or pretending that this is some intellectual, ideological debate when there is literally blood on the streets. Because the failure to act is not without consequence. And so that's what I see from traveling the country and all of the folks I have talked with over the years, all of the people I've sat with. We need these so-called leaders to hear the people and act. We really do. We really do.
It's not an intellectual debate. There's blood on the streets. Thank you for that, and thank you, Brenda, for putting that out there. Thank you for all the work you do. Yeah. We're going to throw it out to another audience question from, I think, Aaron from Pennsylvania is out there.
Hi, Vice President.
Hi, Aaron.
I know. Good to see you again.
You
today.
too.
So, as you guys already mentioned, guns are now the leading cause of death for children, teens, and college-age people in America. I know I've grown up witnessing the impacts of gun violence in my home state of Pennsylvania, and I became a leader in Students Demand Action to bring the conversation about this crisis to my rural community and to help lead this fight so the next generation of students don't have to grow up learning and living in fear of gun violence. So my question for you is, how do you see my generation playing a role in this movement, and what do you think we should be doing?
Your generation is critical. Is critical to this issue. You are critical to this issue. We are counting on you. We need you. You are critical to this issue. You are everything. 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 Because see, here's the thing. For your generation, like we were talking about earlier, you know, my generation didn't have these drills. Your generation is going through all of this, all of these, I mean, on top of what we need to do around saving the planet for you and the children that if you want to have, you will have. All that we need to do that is about what is at stake right now for your future. You, students demanding action is so critical. And when you and your peers, and not you, but when your peers, when your generation starts to vote in your numbers, I see this changing completely. I see this changing completely. Because you and I talked about it. In terms of the community in which you live, people like to legally use guns for hunting and things of that nature, and that's fine. What we're talking about is not about that. And you know the difference. And you know the difference between that issue and the fear of an active shooter roaming the halls of your school. And you know what the solutions look like, and you are demanding it, and you're going to continue to demand it. You guys are everything. Your generation is everything to this issue. Everything. Everything. So just register your folks to vote. Vote.gov. Vote.gov.
Vote.gov, and tell 5 friends at least. Well, thank you so much, Aaron and Brenda, for your very thoughtful questions. Thank you, Jason, for being here. You always come when we call, and you put your heart into this work, so we appreciate you.
It takes all of us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And mostly, thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for your tireless work. Everything that you do, we do it together, but what you do makes a difference, and it saves lives. We are absolutely proud to have you and President Biden in the White House as our Gunsense champions. Thank you so much.
Give it one more time. Madam Vice President.
Hello, Hampton University. Hello. Oh, and Madam President, thank you for that introduction. Can we hear it for Lillian? Oh, please have a seat, everyone. Terrence J., it's so good to be with you.
Always, always a pleasure. Madam Vice President, I think I speak for everyone here today when I say we're honored to have you and honored to spend this time. Please give her another round of applause. But your team said they wanted to dive right in, so I'm going to begin with a very controversial double question, if you don't mind me asking. Madam Vice President, you are a proud graduate of Howard University, and we are here on the campus of Hampton University. So my first question, Madam Vice President, what do you consider the real HU, and who will win the football game this weekend?
Well, my mother raised me to be a gracious guest.
I love it.
But let me say, and the president and first lady of the university are here. I am so honored to be here at Hampton University. I am so truly honored. And it is because of the leaders who are here and the storied history of this, one of America's most excellent academic institutions, that I decided I wanted to kick off our Fight for Our Freedoms tour here at Hampton University.
Starting things off with a bang. Now, visiting over 12 campuses across the country. And this is not a fluff tour. You are diving in on the issues. You are talking about fighting for our freedoms. Why did you decide to embark on this journey?
Well, let me start by saying that, you know, I cannot tell you how I feel to be in this auditorium with these young leaders of our country. I remember, you're now 3 weeks into the start of school. I remember, so at Howard, we would convene at Crampton Auditorium. And I'll never forget, from the first day of school, freshman orientation, walking into that auditorium, as I'm sure so many of you, in particular the freshmen, did your first day, and being in awe about being at this place, knowing the shoulders that you stand upon and the expectation that your nation and the world has for you because of your excellence. I remember walking into that auditorium, just like this one, and realizing later in life that on that day, I met people that would be my friends for life. I was sitting next to people who I ended up being godparent to their children. I sat next to people whose weddings I attended. I sat next to people who literally one day I was in Paris at the subway. And I'm on the side waiting for the train, and I look on the other side for the opposite train, and there is one of my Howard classmates from years before. You all are in the midst of a most special experience. And I will tell you that the experience you are having right now is going to carry you through your life in ways that you have yet to realize and imagine. And so that's why I wanted to start this tour here, because I know what this school, Hampton University, means to the future of our country and our world. And so I am here for one reason, because I'm clear about that as the Vice President of the United States of America.
It's funny how when you're in school, it's all about the competition, but when you graduate, there's just so much love. I'm an Aggie, and the moment I walked on the campus earlier today, I just felt the love. And you have a senior staff member, Stephanie Young, who went to school here, who I've worked with for years and years. Yeah. I work with so many different people from HBCUs, and I can just, piggyback off what you're saying on how exciting it is to be here. So thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you.
Now, a lot of the young people here voted for the first time in 2020, 2022. Many of them will vote for the first time in 2024. What did they get for their vote? For those that voted, what did they get from that last election?
Well, let's start with this. One of the reasons that I'm on this tour is that I want to emphasize, based on your point, that voting is like putting in your order. You vote saying, these are the things I want from my government, I want from my country, I want from my life and my future. And what concerns me sometimes is that our young leaders will be told that their vote doesn't matter. They will be told by just the forces that, oh, they're unlikely to vote. And I know that's not true. And so part of why I have embarked on this tour is to highlight our young leaders and to be able to do what I can to share a microphone and a stage to highlight the issues that they are leading on and the issues that concern them. So when people voted in 2020, first of all, remember, it was in the height of a pandemic. How many people here voted in 2020? All right. So you voted during the height of a pandemic. You voted in a historic time where there was extraordinary loss in our extraordinary loss of life. Black folks in America, 1 in 4 knew someone who actually passed away because of COVID. You voted at a time where people were losing their jobs, losing a sense of normalcy. And in spite of all of that, in spite of the fact that people were literally being told to isolate themselves, you all got out and voted because you believed in yourself, the power of your voice through your vote, and the fact that you could actually have an impact. And what ended up happening in 2020, Terrence, record turnout of voters across the board, but record turnout of young voters. And it is because you voted that Joe Biden is president and I'm vice president of the United States. But that's not where it begins and ends. You voted and said, we are acutely aware that our entire lives, we have been aware of the climate crisis. You have turned me on to a phrase that so many young leaders have coined, that is to talk about climate anxiety. The fear that our young leaders have about what their future will be. What will it be in terms of their ability to have children, to buy a home with these hurricanes and floods and wildfires? And you all voted saying, y'all got to deal with this. And because you did, we have been able to put $1 trillion into an investment that is about climate resilience, adaptation to the crisis, and what we need to do to invest in the clean energy economy. It's because you voted that that happened. Because you voted and said, we need to deal with an issue like lead pipes. Because in too many of our communities, our babies have been drinking toxic water out of these lead pipes. Think Flint and other places around the country. And you said it's about time that needs to be dealt with. Because you voted, we are on track to remove all the lead pipes in our nation. Because you voted and said, our HBCUs are some of the greatest centers of academic excellence. We have now invested over $7 billion in our HBCUs.
Which is unprecedented.
So these are some of the many examples of what happens. And when we think about our role of leadership and what we want to do to change things for the better, one of the great tools that we have is our vote, among the many tools that we have.
And for anybody that did not vote, the Secret Service wants to have a word with you outside, so we can, I'm just joking. Make sure you
but
vote.
seriously, well, two things, actually. The head of my Secret Service detail is a Hampton graduate.
Come on out. I saw him back
So
there.
you know.
I saw him like the bodyguard. He was scoping the whole room.
But also, we do have voter registration on campus today. And in fact, you guys have a very important election coming up in Virginia. And early voting starts September 22nd, which is in 8 days. And I would urge everybody who can register to vote here to do so and to make sure that you vote, because there are a lot of big issues on the stake.
Absolutely. And, you know, all jokes aside, their vote is under attack.
Yeah.
There are a lot of communities across the country whose vote is under attack, but specifically young people. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I've been traveling in our country and the world, but I've been traveling in our country, and I will tell you, when I look at what is happening in all of the regions of our country in different places, I believe there is an intentional, full-on attack against hard-won freedoms and rights. And I'm talking about the freedom to make decisions about your own body and the choices you will make about your future connected with that, the freedom to vote, the freedom to be and love who you love, the freedom to be free from gun violence and the fear of that, the freedom to have opportunity and know that it will be a priority to recognize where there have been historical disparities and to deal with that. The freedoms that are under attack right now in our country are very real. And Hamptonians, we have a particular responsibility to all of the founders, all of the folks who sat here generations before, to protect and defend those freedoms they fought for so hard and are now under attack. And so when I think about a moment like this, I think about it being a call to action and a moment where we recognize that we can never take anything for granted, and it will be incumbent on us to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, well, what are we going to do about it? And I know when I look at who's here, you've already made that decision. You're going to be active and you're going to lead. And that's so important. It's so important.
I'd like to dive in on one of those issues you mentioned with some more specificity, women's health. There's so many women here today, from the Dobbs ruling to state abortion bans. Women have been under attack. Can you talk a little bit about what exactly your administration is doing to prevent this and to combat this?
Yeah. So just a little over a year ago, the highest court in our land, the Court of Thurgood of RBG, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America. A constitutional right that had been recognized, and suggested that instead of an individual having the ability, the authority, the self-knowledge to make decisions that are best for them, that the government is in a better place to make the decision for them. It's extraordinary what has happened. After the Dobbs decision came down from the Supreme Court, in states across our country, laws are being proposed and passed that would criminalize healthcare providers, punish people for making decisions that are personal decisions, that are decisions they should be able to make with, if they choose, their pastor, their priest, and instead saying the government is in a better position than they are to make those decisions. And I have to say, on this issue, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be making these decisions for people.
Let the individual make that decision, but not the government. And so, you know, and what distresses me, and these are the hard realities of it all, they're proposing and passing laws, and everybody's grown here, so I'm going to talk about the realities of it. They're passing laws that make no exception even for rape or incest. Now, think about that. You know, you all know I have a background. I'll tell you something I don't talk very often about. When I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being abused by her stepfather. And I said to her, well, you got to come live with us. And I called my mother, and my mother said, yes, she has to come live with us. And she did. And that was actually one of the reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. And I specialized in crimes against women and children. And so I will tell you, the idea that anybody who calls themselves a leader would pass a law that would say that after someone has survived a violation to their body, an act of violence against their body, that they don't have the authority to make a decision about what happens to their body next, that's immoral. That's immoral. And that's what's happening around our country. And so back to the point about voting, what the Supreme Court took away, the United States Congress has the power to put back in place. But that means we need the people in Washington, D.C. to have the courage to understand you can have your personal beliefs, but don't have the government telling people what to do with their body.
Exactly, which is why it's so important, not just the presidential campaigns, those state, local officials are so important because a lot of this is a state issue and not just a federal issue.
It's an issue in terms of the federal issue is we need a Congress, so we need the majority of senators and in the House of Representatives to put forward a bill that would put back into law the protections of Roe v. Wade. So let's just go back to before the Dobbs decision, right? So that we need, because President Biden has said when they do that, he will sign that bill and make it law, which would undo then these laws that are being passed in these various states. The state elections, well, again, in 22 days, or in 8 days, on the 22nd, you can start early voting in Virginia. Why that's important is because the entire state legislature of Virginia is up for election, and the concern we have is that the governor here has said that he would sign a ban on access to abortion if the legislature passes it. And so we want to make sure that the people in the state legislature agree that y'all shouldn't be making those decisions for folks. They can make those decisions for themselves. And you should know Virginia is the only state left in the South that does not have a ban. You should know that the top 10 states with the highest maternal mortality, something I've been working on, in particular Black maternal mortality, because Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth than others. In the top 10 states with maternal mortality, they are also the states with a ban. So now think about that, and think about the hypocrites who are walking around saying, oh, we have these bans in place because we care about women and children. Well, then why have you been silent on maternal mortality if you care about that?
We could discuss this for quite some time, but there's so many other issues, and students submitted questions. So part of this program is opening this up. You wanted to have the dialogue directly with the student leaders. So do we have a Sean Powell Jr. here? Is Sean here? Sean, how are you? Grab that mic.
That's Mr. Hampton.
Sean, what year are you?
I'm a graduating senior, sir.
Nice. And what school are you in?
I'm in the Buckman School of Business.
Love to see it. Sean, what is your question for Madam Vice President?
So, greetings, Madam Vice President. My name is Sean Powell, Jr. I'm a graduating senior marketing major from Laurel, Maryland. And I just want to give you the warmest and sincerest welcome to our home by the sea.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
I serve as the 22nd Mr. Hampton University on this campus. And My question to you today is, gun violence is one of the most controversial and emotional issues in many cities and college campuses across the country. And with the debate often centering on whether regulations on an individual's rights to arms are an undue restriction on liberty, what can the government do to restrict access to certain guns, as well as implementing gun laws for America?
They can have courage, Mr. Hampton. They can have courage. So here's the thing. I'd like to ask for a show of hands. How many of you, starting in elementary school or after, had to have drills in schools around active shooters? I'd ask the adults, the older adults in the room, to take a look at that. Because I think that the people who are currently in elected office, who have the power to make decisions about this, don't understand what you all have been through. They don't get it. They don't get the fact, and that's why I can't wait for you to continue in your role of leadership, because when you all start voting in your numbers, this is going to change. They don't understand that on the first day of school, as young as elementary school, that our children, when learning the name of their teacher, and that's where the bathroom are learning how to quietly hide if there's an active shooter in their school. I've had young people, students in junior high, younger, say to me, yeah, when on this issue, I don't really like going to fifth period. Why, sweetheart? Because there's no closet in that classroom.
No.
That's real. So while our children are supposed to be in class, being fed with information that opens up their minds to the wonders of the world, half of their mind is worried about whether someone might come busting in the door, threatening their life. This is a very real issue. On this issue also, I would say, Mr. Hampton, there is a false choice that is being sold, attempted to be sold, which suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. That's a false choice. I believe in the Second Amendment. I also believe we need an assault weapons ban. We need background checks. We need red flag laws. An assault weapon was designed to kill a lot of people quickly. There is no reason, and this is the point, reasonable gun safety laws. There is no reason they are easily accessible on the streets of what we call a civil society. But we need the people who are in Congress in particular to have the courage to act, because, you know, various states have passed laws, but the reality is that guns are so accessible to anybody, and they're very easy to transport across state lines. We need Congress to act. That's another reason we need Congress to act. But when I think about the fact that gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children in America, think about that. Not some kind of health disease, not cancer, gun violence. I mean, you think about the fact that 1 in 5 Americans has a relative who has died from gun violence. Not to mention the lingering trauma to not only the family of that person, but the community and all of society, and what that means. So one of the things that we've done, we're proud that when we came in, we were able to pass some of the first gun safety laws in 30 years, and what we did is we basically passed laws that are going to deal with, for example, people who have been convicted of domestic violence can't have guns. We're putting $100 million into mental health and into schools, and to deal with it from that perspective, because that's absolutely also where we need to focus. But it is a tragedy that all of you have had to, from the earliest stages of your life, be so worried about this issue, and that you have to ever live in fear of anything. All of us as a society should say is wrong, and we need to do something about it, and we don't have to be very creative to figure it out. Assault weapons ban, background checks, because you might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they're a danger to themselves or others. Red flag laws. That is reasonable. So I appreciate your question. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to end that cycle. You know, it just feels like right after Sandy Hook, everybody's gung-ho, and then it just kind of fade away. Right after Tennessee, everybody's on it. So it has to end. And
that's right. But the thing also, Terrence, that I really think is important in this discussion is that everybody will be talking about it rightly when there is a mass shooting, which is absolutely the height of tragedy. But we also have to understand it's about everyday gun violence in America and taking seriously those lives that are lost, right? And in the cities of America, in the urban settings of America, across the country where individuals whose potential is great and their lives are lost. But you spoke of Tennessee. So I went down to Tennessee to visit with the Tennessee 3, in particular the 2 Justins who are in their 20s. I'm telling y'all are leading, because many of you may have followed. They're elected representatives, and they were in the chamber, the chamber of their state legislature, trying to talk about the need for their state to take on the issue of gun violence. And these people, these so-called leaders, these extremist leaders, did not want them to talk about exactly what you raised, Mr. Hampton. Didn't want to hear that voice. And so these extremists turned off the mics of elected representatives, the 2 Justins who are in their 20s. But here's the thing that was so wonderful about that. So they were like, okay, anybody got a bullhorn? And they grabbed a bullhorn because they would not be silenced. And I would urge everyone to see what they're doing in Tennessee as an example of what you are doing every day in terms of your role of leadership. There are going to be people who are going to try to shut you up. There are going to be people who literally try and turn off the mic when you're talking. And don't you ever let anybody silence you. Don't you let anybody convince you that your truth is not a truth that must be spoken.
And with that said, I want to turn Hannah's mic on. Hannah, do we have you here with us today? Right there in the front. Hannah, can you give us what school you're in, your year, everything?
Good afternoon, Madam Vice President.
Good afternoon, Hannah.
And Soror.
Hello, sir.
My name is Hannah Selders. I am a graduating senior in the 5-year MBA program from Dallas, Texas. And I also serve as the 66th Miss Hampton University. Thank you. So, as we know, student loan forgiveness has been a topic of debate. What is your stance on widespread student loan forgiveness, and how do you envision it impacting the economy and individuals?
It's a very big issue, and I'm glad you raised it. So when we came in, and this was part of when the folks who are here in 2020 voted, one of the big issues that you raised when you voted. So when we came in, we initiated a student loan forgiveness program. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court ruled against us. So we still have work to do there, right? But what we did do is we initiated then basically a program that is about the reduction of student loan payments. And everybody, I do need you to know about this because the acronym is SAVE, S-A-V-E, and especially for the juniors and seniors who are here, please take a look at what that program does. Because, for example, if you decide to graduate and go into public interest, maybe you will decide to go and be an entrepreneur or a social worker. And as you first come out and in the workforce, you will probably, very likely, make less than $30,000 a year. If that is the case, if you make less than $30,000 a year under this program, SAVE, you will be responsible for 0 payments and 0% interest. And so it's very important you know that. And I would also ask the leaders here to let any of your friends or relatives who have graduated or did not graduate and maybe had to leave school and drop out for a period of time, they are also eligible for this program. And so that's very important. But we really do have to get a handle on this issue, because so many of our former students, whether they graduated or not, are dealing with an extraordinary amount of debt that is having an impact on their ability to start a family, to buy a home, or just to take a job that you actually want to take, but that may not pay you the kind of money that you need to actually pay off that loan in full. So we're going to still work on that. But we have to do what is also, I think, the responsible thing to do, to keep pushing and fighting for our ability as an administration. It's going to have to be litigation and all that, to allow for student loan forgiveness, especially for the folks who are out there doing good work that is so valuable to our society.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Hannah, for your question. We have a question from Madison Baldwin. Madison Baldwin. Hey, Madison. Tell me all about yourself.
My name is Madison Baldwin. I am a first-year chemistry pre-med major from Marietta, Georgia. Good afternoon, Madam Vice President. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you.
And what's your zodiac? I'm just playing. Go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
So my question is on sea level rise challenges.
Yeah.
So the Norfolk, Virginia Beach metropolitan region in Southeast Virginia is ranked the 5th most vulnerable population in America based upon exposure to hurricanes with destructive water surge disasters, floods, and loss of life. These catastrophic storms are only slightly behind New Orleans, with vulnerable minority populations living at or below the elevation. What government policies would you recommend to better protect these communities?
So thank you for that. And again, this is one of the many issues that we have discussed today, that when you all leave Hampton and when you continue in your role of leadership, I see, pardon the pun, but a sea change around what needs to happen. Your generation has your entire life been acutely aware of the climate crisis, of extreme weather occurrences, of hurricanes and floods, wildfires, and you all, as I said earlier, have coined the phrase climate anxiety to describe what is associated with that existential crisis. And so there are a number of things that we have done that I'm proud of since we came in office, including putting $1 trillion into a number of things that are about adaptation and resilience and what we need to do to build a clean energy economy. But you also raised an important point that is about environmental justice. Because if you look at, in particular, the South, you know, we talk about Cancer Alley, right? So I've been working on this issue for years and years and years. In fact, years ago when I was DA of San Francisco, I created the first environmental justice unit of any prosecutor's office. And to deal with the crimes that are occurring against communities of color and poor communities, dumping. Communities of color, poor communities have some of the worst air quality of any places in our country, right? And you look at it in terms of the impact on the ability of that community to thrive economically, to thrive when it comes to health and well-being. You look at what we know in terms of our children and high rates of asthma, it's all connected. And so focusing on this issue in particular that you've raised of environmental justice is an important one, which is to understand everybody is impacted by the climate crisis, but not everyone is impacted equally. And so we have to then deal with that. And I'm going to then point out a very important point when I refer to attacks on fundamental rights. There's an attack right now on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes.
Where supposed so-called extreme leaders are suggesting it's a bad thing to care about and pay attention to inequities, to say DEI is a bad thing, when in fact, if we want fair outcomes, we must understand what are disparities and then accommodate and adjust for those disparities if we want equal outcomes. So environmental justice raises those points, right? Equitable outcomes. Is everyone coming out the same way? Well, if they don't, look, if you don't start on the same base, everybody can have an equal amount. You're still not going to end up on the same base, right? If we want equal outcomes, we need to take into account not everybody starts out on the same base, and we have to make adjustments. On the issue then of environmental justice, that includes looking at regions of our countries, such as the South, and making sure that we are putting the resources into helping those communities be able to adapt and be resilient from things like what we've seen in the South around, for example, sewage getting out of control, what we've seen in terms of the damage to homes because of flooding, and put resources into that. And I would encourage anyone who has an interest or knowledge in this to really think about that in terms of your career choices, because there's a lot of work that is happening now that is also about innovation. It is about looking at things like electric vehicles, looking at technology, looking at satellite technology in a way that we can create solutions to some of these very real problems that we're experiencing because of extreme weather incidents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Give it up for everybody that asked the question. Very nerve-wracking to do that, I'm sure. Great, great work. We're here. It's all about the fight for our freedoms. We've discussed so many subjects today, from women's health to gun control to climate change. So many different problems that our country needs solutions for. How do you stay optimistic during these trying times?
Oh, I look around here and I'm very optimistic. Look, here's the thing. We were all born knowing that there's nothing we can take for granted. Those of us who have the blessing of having been from or currently are at an HBCU, we are taught history. And that history teaches us that there will be moments in our lives and in our country where we can take nothing for granted, and we realize that progress will only come out of our willingness to step up and fight for what is right. And so when I look at the turnout this afternoon in this auditorium of these leaders who have clearly decided that in their lives, they're not going to be passive observers of what is happening, but they are going to exercise self-determination. You are exercising self-determination to invest in your country and, by extension, your own future. That gives me a great deal of optimism. When I think about all the opportunity that is available when we reach for it, when I think about the fact that everyone here has been, or you are being taught to never hear no, to never hear it can't be done, to never hear, oh, well, no one like you has done that before, so don't try. We don't believe in that. I like to say I eat no for breakfast.
Lunch and
I don't
dinner.
hear no. I don't hear no. And so when I look at the leadership that is here, I know our future is bright, and that makes me so very optimistic. We've got a fight on our hands right now. We are fighting for our democracy, and this is real. These attacks on voting rights, on a person's ability to make decisions about their own body, on issues like affirmative action, on issues that are about what makes for reasonable gun safety laws. This stuff is real, and it is happening right now in real time. But I am optimistic because I know that our leaders are up for this challenge and will not be denied. And so I would just, I know we're close to ending, and I'll just say a couple things. One, you know, for many of you, when you leave here, you are going to often find yourself in rooms where you may be the only one like you, the only one that looks like you, the only one that has had your life experience. During this experience you are having here at Hampton, take moments to be very conscious about who you are surrounded by and hold on to that. Because when you walk in those rooms and you're the only one who looks like you or has had your life experience, I want you to remember you are not alone in those rooms. I want you to remember that we're all in those rooms with you, cheering you on. That is part of the gift that you have decided to receive by being a student here, is to then leave this place and walk into the world knowing you come with people who are proud of you and are counting on you. And then my last point would be that, you know, it's the nature of things that with each generation, we must fight for our rights and our freedoms. And so just stay active, because I and your country are counting on all of you. Thank you.
Something tells me that with HU, we got some real fighters on our hands. Please give it up one more time for Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you.
International University Student Body President Alex Sutton.
I'm back. How you guys doing? How we doing, Panther Nation? Let me get one more pause up. That's right, I love to see it. My name is Alexander Sutton, and I am so honored to be your student body president here at Florida International University. I want to let you all know Vice President Kamala Harris's visit to our university today is emblematic of the kind of university that we have become. FIU is an engine of opportunity. It's fitting then that we welcome Vice President Harris to our campus because her story is a similar story to so many hundreds of thousands of Panthers. Her story, the story of a little girl from Oakland who was raised by a single mom, becoming Vice President of the United States. That's an amazing story. And that story is only possible because of the unique opportunities of America. And there is no institution in America, in my opinion, that represents the unique opportunity of our country better than FIU. Absolutely. 1 in 5 of our students are first generation. We are the largest Hispanic serving institution in America. The largest. Absolutely. Our student body is so unimaginably diverse, and students from all over the country and all over the world come here to get an affordable, accessible, and high-quality education. It's amazing. I ran for student body president on a platform of protecting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I knew I had to run when I saw laws being passed that eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion from our universities. FIU creates the same kind of opportunities that allow anyone who works hard enough to become Vice President of the United States. And now the very programs that provide such opportunities are under threat. So as president, I have made it my mission to take this fight to every level of government, starting here with our university administration all the way up to Tallahassee. And today, Panthers, we get to take that fight to the White House. So before I introduce the Vice President, I'd like to introduce her very amazing co-moderators for today, starting with the acclaimed rapper, Fat Joe. Woo! Fat Joe is a proud Miami resident. He is a rapper, songwriter. Sir? How you doing? Here we go. Fat Joe, everybody. Rapper, songwriter, actor, you name it. Record executive, record producer, and stalwart advocate for healthcare transparency and patient rights. There you go.
Power to the patient.
Absolutely. Put your hands together one more time for Fat Joe, everybody. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our second co-moderator today. You may have seen him recently on screen in the new Transformers movie. His name is Anthony Ramos. Here we go. That's him. He's a Grammy-winning artist. He has been nominated for Golden Globes, Emmys. He's proud of his Latin roots, most importantly.
Yo, what up?
He's from Puerto Rico. Woo! And he was born and raised in Brooklyn. So ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Anthony Ramos one more time. Here we go, here we go. That's right. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Vice President Harris's visit today is as exciting as it is timely. With everything going on right now, it is incumbent upon all of us as students to use our voice, to voice our concerns to our leaders, from City Hall to the state capitol, to yes, even the White House. And today, we get to do exactly that. So, on behalf of the student body of Florida International University, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala D. Harris.
Hey, Panthers!
Well, we're just excited to be here as everybody in FIU. We're going to ask her some questions and moderate. You know, the Madam Vice President is crazy. You've traveled all around the country to talk to Americans about the most important issues. This summer alone, you visited 17 states, and you have met with young leaders wherever you go, from climate leaders in Colorado to gun safety advocates in Virginia. Now you've launched a college tour. Like, she's really outside, guys. And where you'll travel to more than a dozen campuses to speak to the young leaders about the most fundamental freedoms. Why are you going to these college campuses on a Fight for Our Freedoms tour?
Well, let me start by thanking all the leaders who are here. When people ask me, I do a lot of interviews, and people ask me, how are you feeling about the country and the world? When I look out at this audience, I know our future is bright. I know our future is bright. And so, first of all, let me say, Joe, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you since you were at my house a couple weeks ago for our hip-hop party.
This is getting weird.
Anthony, huge fan, mad respect for you. And Alexander, I can't wait to see you at the White House one day very soon. So here's the deal. First of all, let me just say about leadership. I do believe that we each are born leaders, and it's just a matter of when you decide to turn that on and lead. And the very fact that the students who are here, are here at this esteemed educational institution, but are here for this convening, tells me that you have assumed a role of leadership. And so I'm first here to say thank you. I'm here to say also that I think that your generation is one of the most spectacular, special that we have seen in a long time. You all were born only knowing the climate crisis. You all were born when there has been one of the worst pandemics our world has ever seen. In your lifetime, you witnessed George Floyd's murder. In your lifetime, you growing up had to endure drills in elementary, middle, or high school because there might be an active shooter. In your lifetime, you have witnessed the highest court in our land take a constitutional right that had been recognized. And what I also know about you as leaders at this particular moment in time is you are not sitting around waiting for other people to get this right. You are prepared to lead. And so I'm here first and foremost to say thank you. And I say this as Vice President of the United States of America. I'm counting on your leadership. I'm counting on your leadership. I also am clear-eyed, and today we're going to have some real talk. I am clear-eyed that at this moment in our country, we are witnessing an intentional, full-on attack against hard-won freedoms and rights. And it is incumbent on us then to not passively sit by and let it happen, but to stand up and fight for what we know to be right and be true. That's why it is called the Fight for Our Freedoms Tour. It is because we all know that any movement that has been about progress in our country has almost every time been led by college students, by young leaders, and that the strength and progress of our country has been reliant on the fact that we are committed to an expansion of rights, not a restriction of rights, similar to what some extremist so-called leaders are trying to do here in Florida. And so I am doing this tour to lift up the voices, to listen to the voices of very important leaders in our country, knowing that it doesn't have to be this way. And I want for you to be able to live your best life. That's why I'm doing this tour.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice President. We're gonna, this will be a bit of a mix between, me and Joe ask some questions, but we also open it up to y'all. So we have Oswaldo Chamorro, who has a question. So Oswaldo, take it away, brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Vice President Harris, Fat Joe, Anthony Ramos for choosing FIU and for choosing to fight for our freedom. With the election approaching upon us, we understand how important and how pivotal it is for our voices to be heard and for our votes to be casted. Our thoughts turn into words. Those words turn into actions. And those actions dictate the fate of this country, which is why I ask, what strategies can we, the people, employ to empower and engage marginalized communities to ensure voting rights are respected and that our voices are heard? Thank you very much.
All right. All right, Oswaldo. Well, first of all, you will make a difference in this world. I have no doubt about that. And that is true for your classmates. And of the many ways that you can and will make a difference, one of those ways is to vote. It is to vote. And so I will shamelessly plug a government website, vote.gov, where you can go online and see if you are registered to vote and then easily register to vote. I would encourage you to have your family members and friends do the same thing because it does make a difference. And I'm going to take you back to 2020. During the height of a pandemic, when there was an extraordinary loss of life, people lost their jobs, loss of normalcy, but people didn't give up hope. And they turned out to vote in record numbers. Young voters turned out in record numbers, and because you did, in fact, can I see a show of hands who voted in 2020? Right. And because you voted, Joe Biden is President of the United States, and I am Vice President of the United States.
You voted and you said, deal with this climate crisis. And we have put an historic $1 trillion on the streets of America over the next decade to invest in resilience, to adaptation, to invest in environmental justice and equity, to deal with this issue. We have dealt with the issue that y'all demanded that we deal with when you voted, which is the fact that so many of our families don't have access to high-speed internet or cannot afford it. The pandemic made that clear, the disparities. And so we are on track to put high-speed internet in the home of every family in America and make sure that it is affordable. You said, let's deal with the issue of lead pipes, because in far too many of our communities, our children are drinking toxic water out of lead pipes, and this is having an impact on their ability to learn and their health, and it is disproportionately affecting immigrant communities, communities of color, and low-income communities. We are in the process of removing all lead pipes. Y'all voted and said, let's deal with the issue of student loan debt. And so we had an initiative to forgive up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients, of which the majority of Latino students are Pell Grant recipients. Sadly, there is a political agenda to undo what we are trying to do, and we're going to have to still have that fight, and we are continuing to fight. But because you voted, we were able to implement the policy in the first place. Elections matter. The other point I will say is this. It's not as simple as vote and your vote will matter. You also got to know that there are people right now who are intentionally trying to make it difficult for you to vote. One of the things that was a byproduct, I believe, of the extraordinary young voter turnout in 2020 is that you saw in states around our country them trying to pass laws to make it more difficult to vote. In Georgia, passing a law to say that it would be against the law, illegal, to give people food and water if they're standing in line to vote. The hypocrisy abounds because what happened to love thy neighbor? Here in Florida, a law was passed that would not allow people who have served their sentence for a felony to vote. 1 million people now in Florida, the largest number of people who have done their time, are being prevented from the ability to exercise their civic duty and the full rights of citizenship. And let me tell you, it does not have to be this way. In the majority of states, people who have served their time have the right to vote. And again, the hypocrisy abounds. What happened to the concept of redemption? Come on. Come on. So understand that not only is it an extension of your ability to make a difference, not only is it about you expressing your voice in the many ways you can, but also understand what you're up against in terms of some people that are scared when you exercise your voice and therefore try to make it more difficult for you to vote. And I say we are up for the challenge and we will not allow anybody to silence us. And voting is one way to make sure that you reduce those numbers who are trying to do just that.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for that. Yeah, it's you're absolutely right on all those points. So moving on to gun violence, we're here today, in a state that has tragically experienced several mass shootings, one of which at Pulse nightclub that my cousin was in. Sadly, she was shot, but thank God she survived. But there's so many and too many instances like that. And you and President Biden worked to pass historical gun safety legislation. What else can be done to address gun violence in our communities?
I'm sorry to hear about your cousin. Pulse nightclub, Parkland, not to mention what we see in terms of everyday gun violence in cities and neighborhoods across our country. So yes, because folks voted
We are proud that we were able to pass the first meaningful gun safety legislation in 30 years, but there's still more work to do. I'd like to start with asking the students here if you would indulge me and raise your hand and hold it up if you had to have, between kindergarten and high school, an active shooter drill at your school. I would ask the older adults to look around, and I would ask the media to take note. And you can lower your hands. Because I don't think that people really understand what y'all have been through. You know, in having this conversation with young people and young leaders in our country, I can't tell you, well, I'm telling the majority of people who know because you've been there, the kind of fear that our young people, that our children are living with. The exposure to trauma, just knowing that it might happen, much less when it actually happens. I had a conversation with this student, and we're talking about this, and the student said to me, yeah, I don't like going to fifth period. I said, well, why, sweetheart? Because in that classroom, there's no closet to hide in. And so, again, I say, it doesn't have to be this way. When it comes to the issue of what makes for good laws and policy, here's the thing. First of all, some people are trying to push us a false choice that suggests you either are in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. That's not what we're saying. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. And we need an assault weapons ban and universal background checks and red flag laws. Assault weapons designed to kill a lot of people quickly. No reason for them to be on the streets of a civil society. Background checks, because you know what? You just might want to know before somebody can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know. So the question then becomes, why hasn't it happened? Because these solutions, they're not the complete solution, but they don't require a lot of creative thought. It's pretty basic. And the reason is because there are a bunch of people in Congress who don't have the courage to step up. And yes, but this gets back to the point about voting. Because I am certain that when you all start voting in your numbers, this is going to change. You have a unique experience, sadly, that brings to this issue a very practical perspective, a very clear perspective. And when you start voting in your numbers, you are going to show it doesn't have to be this way. And so that's how I think about this issue, and it's just about, this is one of those issues, when you vote, you can make a difference.
Thank you. So we're going to throw it back out there to the audience. We got Grace Biggers has a question. Grace, where you at?
Hi, I'm here, right here.
All right. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and speak with our university. We all really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Biggers. As mentioned, I'm a senior from the DMV, majoring in biological sciences with a minor in biology and nutrition. As you mentioned earlier, there have been detrimental changes to reproductive rights, which in turn has caused a woman's right to abortion and the decision to make the choices about her own body go under attack. Yeah. What do you think about this issue, its impact, and what can we do to address it?
Thank you, and congratulations to you on all you're doing. So about just over a year ago, the highest court in our land, the United States Supreme Court, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America from the women of America. And almost immediately thereafter, in states across our country, these extremist so-called leaders started proposing and passing laws to criminalize healthcare providers, literally to provide for significant jail time, to punish women, to make no exception even for rape or incest. And on this point, listen, we're here to have real talk. Everybody's grown. So I'm going to talk about something specific, because this subject you have raised is not just some intellectual academic issue. Since these laws are being passed, people around our country are silently suffering. These so-called leaders, no exception even for rape or incest. So, you know my background. I started as a prosecutor. One of the reasons is when I was in high school, my best friend, I learned, was being molested by her stepfather. And I said to her, you have to come live with us. I called my mother, and my mother said, yes, she has to come live with us, and she did. So I decided that I would take on cases of harm against women and children, and I specialized in those kinds of cases as a prosecutor. Now, when these so-called leaders are making no exception even for rape or incest, understand that we're talking about someone who has survived an act of violence to their body, a violation to their body. And then they are being told they don't have the authority to decide what happens to their body next. That's immoral. That's immoral. And on this subject, I think it's very important to agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. She has enough intelligence and capacity to make that decision for herself, not her government telling her what to do. In this state, a 6-week ban. Well, that tells me that a lot of these folks don't even know how women's bodies work. Most women don't even know they're pregnant at 6 weeks. Come on. And so, again, this is an issue where we just need, in Congress, to elect and have a majority of people who agree, regardless of their personal opinion and beliefs, that the government should not be making this decision for people. And our President, Joe Biden, has been very clear. When that piece of legislation is passed that puts back into law what the Supreme Court took away, Congress can put back. When they pass in Congress a law that puts back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, that case, Joe Biden will sign it into law. Elections matter. Elections matter. Elections matter.
You know, that's a serious. Yeah. That's a serious. It's a serious issue right there. I don't think no man should be able to tell a woman what to do. Let's lighten it up, but it's still not light. Everything you got to deal with is like big stuff, like monumental stuff, man. It's a serious job, right? You know, I've lived in Florida for 19 years. I know all about climate change. I know all about the floods. I know all about the impact of the hurricanes. I know how do you address the climate crisis and protect the communities around the country from its impacts. Because it seems like even in New York, we had 2 hurricanes in the last 2 months. We never had a hurricane in New York. There's a hurricane every week in New York.
There was one in California.
There was one
hurricane in California and an earthquake at the same time.
That's exactly right. And wildfires.
And so the question is, what are we doing about it? And it's really about the youth. It's really about them and protecting them because, you know, this is all about implementing laws and making change so that when you become my age, you know, life is still around for you and better for you. So, Madam Vice President, can you answer the question for the people?
Well, I'll start by saying what everyone here knows is this, you know, we say the climate crisis is an existential crisis. Like literally, if you track what is happening and how rapidly it is happening, means the loss of many of the vital resources that the earth provides us. So it's very real. You know, I've talked with young leaders around the country who have coined a phrase, climate anxiety. And I asked, well, what does that mean? And they said, well, it's how some of us would describe how we feel. The anxiety associated with knowing how rapidly these extreme weather events are affecting the quality of life and livelihoods. Young people who have told me about how they're really concerned whether they should have children, whether they should ever think about buying a home because it could be destroyed by flood or hurricane or wildfire, right? So it's very real, and again, that's when I say that when you all vote in your numbers, this thing is going to rapidly change. We are already on track, however, to doing that because of what you did in 2020. The President and I have been able to pass now laws that, like I said, put about $1 trillion into a clean energy economy, into what we need to do around resilience, what we need to do around adaptation. And here's what I mean about that. So, for example, one of the issues that I actually want to stress is the issue of environmental justice. Okay. And I want to have that conversation, especially joyfully here in Florida, when I look at these attempts to attack DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And let's be really clear what they're up to. They're trying to say that that's a bad word, that's a bad phrase, that's bad to focus on diversity, equity, inclusion. You know what they're up to? They're trying to do the same thing they did with woke. They're trying to turn it against the people who understand exactly why it is important to focus on and be alert and awake to what is happening and to speak honestly about it with the goal only of solutions that are based in equity and fairness. So environmental justice, connecting that with what we have done as an administration. Of the $1 trillion, we have said that 40% at least needs to go to poor communities, immigrant communities, communities of color. Understanding that while the climate crisis affects everyone, it does not do so equally. If you are, for example, someone who is a homeowner, or you live in a neighborhood with high rates of home ownership, you probably have, and your community probably has, the equity in your home to take some out to repair the damage from a flood or a hurricane. If you are living in a community with low rates of home ownership, low-income community, people are barely getting by week to week, month to month. So that means the recovery from these extreme weather occurrences and events is much slower. That means that slows down the ability of those communities and families to be productive, to move around, to get around. Think about when we're looking at flash floods. Well, depending on your income, it's going to affect you differently. You don't have a great deal of savings if you don't have a certain income, which means that when all your furniture is destroyed and you got to put it out in the street, how are you going to get some new furniture? It means that if you don't have insurance that might pay for you to go to a hotel, you're looking at some temporary shelter situation and then trying to figure out where you're going to locate your family and what that might mean for your children in terms of whether they can go to school every day. I say all these details to say this also to the students here. Whenever we are talking about public policy, we have got to think about how it affects real people and break down the detail about what will this mean to a child? What will this mean to a real person? On the climate crisis, what it also means is that although it affects everyone, it does not do so equally. So we must pay attention to equity. must pay attention to, are all people getting the relief that they need to live a certain quality of life? And that's why I talk about environmental justice. What we also have to do is deal with the fact that historically, especially in the South, we know that there has been a disproportionate impact on poor communities, rural communities. In Louisiana, if anybody is here from Louisiana, they used to refer to Cancer Alley because of all of the pollution, because low-income immigrant communities of color tend to live near the freeway, tend to live near factories, tend to live in communities where there's a lot of dumping, and that affects the quality of air, the quality of water. What does that mean? Impacts health, impacts learning ability, all the residual impacts. So when we talk about the climate crisis, it is about extreme weather events, and then one must always ask, and how is it affecting real people in their ability to function and be productive and live a certain quality of life every day? And that's why Joe Biden and I have put so much resources into this issue around building up America's infrastructure and the ability of people to be resilient.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to open it back up to the audience. I love this guy's name, Christopher Excellent. Where are you at, my man?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you guys for taking the time to be here with us. My name is Christopher Excellent. I am a first-year master's student at FIU, studying mechanical engineering, focusing on robotics. My question for you today is, in regards to the recent book bans here in the state of Florida, what advice do you have for students looking to learn those raw, uncensored truths about our social issues that we face here in the country? And what advice would you have for educators looking to teach those topics while navigating through all of the roadblocks that are currently instated?
Thank you, Mr. Excellent. I can say that all day long. So you asked for some advice, so here you go. First of all, I will say, for almost all of you students, you will probably have an experience, if you've not already, because I know who's at this school, where you will walk into a meeting room, a briefing room, a boardroom, a courtroom, and you will be the only one that looks like you in that room, or the only one who has had that life experience. And what I am going to require you to remember is this: you are not alone in that room. I'm going to require you to look around here and know that when you walk in those rooms, we are all walking in that room with you, requiring that your chin is up and your shoulders are back, and you know that when you walk in there, you carry the voice of so many who are so proud of you. You have to remember that, because you're going to have that experience perhaps many times in your life. I would also offer you this advice. In your career, you are probably at different points in time going to be discouraged from having ambition, from having aspirations. And I demand that you dream with ambition. You dream with ambition, and you be proud of it. And understand that, however, when you have that aspiration and ambition to see what is possible and what can be, unburdened by what has been and who has done what, invariably people may come up to you and say, you're too young. Oh, they're not ready for you. It's not your time. Wait your turn. Or God forbid, sometimes they might say, oh, that's going to be a lot of work, as though we run away from hard work. And so what I want to say to you is this: when you are ever told that, don't you ever hear it. Don't you ever hear no. I like to say, I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear no.
I don't hear no, and don't you either. Because you have so much to give. You have so much to give. And I'm telling you, as I travel our country and this world, we need your leadership. And you are here at FIU getting a world-class education with an expectation from all those who are investing in your presence right now, your family, your friends, your professors, your neighbors, the folks who work here. We're expecting you to go out and lead. And so do that knowing you have so much support. And you will make a difference, and you can make a difference. You know, back to the point of voting. People are going to tell you your vote doesn't matter. People are going to say that your vote doesn't count. Don't listen to that. Don't ever let anybody silence you. That's, I think, really, really important, and to recognize when somebody is trying to silence you. Don't allow yourself to ever be silenced.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dream with ambition. That's powerful. That's really powerful. I needed that. So, thank you. You know, I just want to wrap it up with asking, you know, our nation and our world face so many challenges, you know, and in this moment, how do you stay optimistic?
Well, looking at this, I stay optimistic. Looking at this, really. You know, look, to be clear-eyed about the challenges doesn't mean you got to be depressed. It just means you got to be clear-eyed, right? And know what's in front of you. And then understand that, you know, the fight for our freedoms is a fight for something. It's not a fight against anything. It's a fight for something. And that's one of the ways that I remain optimistic. You know, my parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement back in the 1960s. My mother arrived in the United States at the age of 19 by herself from India. And I'm now Vice President of the United States. I remain very optimistic. I know what is possible. And here's the other thing I have to stress. Our nation was founded on fundamental beliefs about the importance of freedom and liberty and equality and justice. And so when we are fighting for these freedoms, we are fighting for the foundational principles of our country. It is a fight born out of love of country. We love our country. We believe in its ideals. We know we've not achieved them all yet, but the beauty and the strength of our country has always been our belief in who we are and our willingness to fight for who we are. That's our strength. And in that way, I do believe it is one of the purest and truest forms of patriotism to say. So understand that this fight for our freedoms, and by extension our democracy, what is at stake includes everything we've already discussed, and our standing around the world, and our ability to walk in those rooms as the greatest democracy in the world, showing that a democracy is as strong as the willingness of its people to fight for it, and we are prepared to do just that. And therein lies my optimism.
I'm very optimistic. Vote.gov. Go out there, register to vote, because even if you follow what's going on out there, even if you want to support, if you don't register to vote, then your voice won't matter. And that's what this is all about, as well as I believe that people lead the people. So start talking to your other friends who might not want to vote and start convincing them and letting them know the importance that it is to register to vote and get out there and vote. And of course, you know, I'm voting for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
100%.
Let's take a, hold up, let's take a selfie. Let's take a selfie.
Take a
You
quick
got
selfie.
it ready? Hold up. I got to get in that joint. Come on.
Trying to get this lighting right. All right, y'all. Yo. Vote.gov on 3. Vote.gov on 3. 1, 2, 3. Vote.gov.
Protest for racial justice. Please welcome Representative Justin Jones to the stage. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome our second amazing co-moderator, actress, activist, model, and digital star, Amelie Zilber. Earlier this year, she was recognized for her achievements and selected for the 12th annual Forbes 30 Under 30 list. Please give it up for Amelie Zilber. Finally, the moment you've all been anticipating has almost arrived. Vice President Harris recognizes the significance of motivating young students, like ourselves, and her commitment to securing fundamental freedoms and rights to all Americans. She has embarked on her Fight for Our Freedoms college tour in order to shine a spotlight on issues that impact young people and learn what topics are most important to us. As representatives of a college that is committed to academic excellence, a liberal arts education, diversity, equity, and inclusion, amongst other core values, we have an opportunity to share our concerns directly to a leader in the White House. Without further ado, on behalf of the College of Charleston, it is my greatest honor to introduce to you to the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala D. Harris.
Cougars! It's so good to be here, everyone. Oh, it's so good to be here. Thank you both. So let's get into it, shall we?
Well, this is beautiful energy we have here for Madam Vice President. And so we're here to have a very exciting conversation because the Vice President's been very busy traveling to 17 states, meeting with climate activists in Colorado and gun safety advocates in Virginia. And you've now been to over a dozen colleges because you're uplifting the voice of young people, of us, of our generation. And so I just want to ask, why are you going on this Fight for Our Freedom tour across the nation at such a time as this?
Well, let me start by saying to Justin, I know that many of you probably watched his courage along with the other Justin and Gloria in Tennessee. And I talk about you behind your back all the time as an example of the extraordinary leadership coming out of your generation, all of you. And what it means to live at this moment in time, at the stage of life that you are in, and for you in particular, Justin, to be so extraordinarily courageous and selfless in how you have decided to lift up the voice and the condition of other people. So can you please, let's give it up for Justin. Julie.
And Amelie, with all that you have going on, I mean, we have had so many conversations that have been about you using your voice, your celebrity, your fame, to talk about real issues, difficult issues, and to ask and encourage people to be involved and engaged. And that makes all the difference in the world. So let's also please thank Amelie. So the reason I decided to do this tour, the Fight for Our Freedoms tour, is, well, there are a number of reasons. One, just to be very candid and direct, I want for you all, and I'm speaking to the students, I want for you to be able to live your best life. And right now, we are at a moment in our country where, in many ways, there is an intentional, full-on attack against the freedoms and liberties that have been the basis for what I believe makes us strong and respected as a democracy. And I do believe that your generation in particular has already had an extraordinary life where you have been confronted with issues that many generations before you haven't seen. You all have only known a climate crisis. You all have only known active shooter drills. You all became aware of injustices when you witnessed what happened to George Floyd. You all, in your lifetime, and in particular at this stage of your life, just witnessed the highest court in our land take a constitutional right that had been recognized, such that many of you will know fewer rights than your mother or your grandmother. And I also know that you all ain't having that, and that you are prepared to lead. That you are prepared to lead, and you're not waiting on other people to finally figure it out. You are prepared to step up and do what is necessary. And I am here then to applaud and encourage that, and to say that our nation needs you. And I say that as Vice President of the United States. Our nation needs you. There is not a moment in the history of the progress of our country where there has been an expansion of right, a movement that has been about the fight for equality and liberty. Not a movement that was not in major part led by our students. And I think this is, again, one of those moments in the history of our nation where we not only need you, but you are going to lead the way. And when you all start voting in your numbers, so many of these things are going to take a complete turn for the better. And so I'm here to hear from you and to be with you, to tell you that your nation appreciates you, because you already, by the virtue of the fact that you are here at this school and you have decided already to embark on a role of leadership, you're going to make a difference. So that's why I'm doing this.
So you all heard the call to action from our Vice President. Young people, you don't have to wait till you graduate. It's your time now. And so we're going to take our first question because we want to hear from you, from a student here, Madison Meeks, if you'd come up and ask your question.
Oh, I see you.
My name is Madison Meeks. I'm a junior biochemistry and chemistry major here at the college. I just want to say thank you, and on behalf of Cluster 6 of the significant South Atlantic region of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, I wanted to welcome you here.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you. Voting rights have become a huge issue within the past couple of major elections. Many people and identity groups have been disproportionately affected by voting policies. What do you think about this issue, and what should be done to address it?
I'm so glad you asked this question. And let's start by this. There are many ways that you will each make a difference in your community, in this country and our world. And one of the ways you will make a difference, of the many ways, is to vote. And so I do encourage you to know that it is very powerful, that voice that you can express through your vote. Please, I'm going to give you a website, vote.gov, where you can figure out if you are registered to vote, and if not, register to vote and encourage your friends and family. But it really does make a difference. The other thing I would point out, and I think this is at the heart of that question, is there are folks who are intentionally trying to make it more difficult for you to vote. In states in our country where laws have been passed saying that if you go to, for example, a private college, then your college ID is not sufficient as ID for you to vote. In states like Georgia, where they pass laws that would say it's against the law to offer somebody food and water when they are standing in line to vote. What happened to love thy neighbor? The hypocrisy abounds, by the way. In 2020, in the height of a pandemic, young voters voted in historically record numbers. And it's because you voted. In fact, maybe I can see a show of hands. Who here voted in 2020 or in 2022? Okay, you made a difference. Because you voted in 2020, Joe Biden is president and I am vice president of the United States. Because you voted, we were able to finally cap the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. We were finally able to say Medicare can negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies. Because you voted in spite of all of the folks that are denying the significance and seriousness and immediacy of the climate crisis, we were able to pass the most comprehensive climate bill that now is going to put $1 trillion on the streets of America to invest in a clean energy economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, invest in solar and wind turbines, because you voted. Because you voted and said student loan debt is no joke and we need to deal with that, we were able to put in place a policy that would give forgiveness of up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. Sadly, the Supreme Court has disagreed with us, but we keep fighting on that, so much so that we have now just recently announced over $100 million, by my last estimate, of student loan forgiveness for student loan debt. And I could go on. But again, understand that we will always plead, and many of us have talked for years about the importance of voting because, of course, people marched, fought, bled, and died for our right to vote. For many of us, in fact, everybody here on one level or another, or your relative. But there's not only that reason, the other reason is this. Don't let anyone ever silence you. Right now in South Carolina, we are looking at a situation where state legislators basically passed a law that would try to dilute the black vote in the state. Now, I can't talk about the case, just as a point of reference, but let me just say this. Let's understand that it is wrong that any elected official would try to choose who can vote for them when it should be the voter who chooses who represents them. So I would say that, look, when we're talking about voting, it's critically important. They say that young people won't vote. They try to convince you that your vote doesn't matter. And know that that is just not true. It is part of the voice that you exercise every day, and it is critically important. And again, I will say, when you all start voting in your numbers, these issues like what we're doing about the climate crisis, what we're doing about freedom and liberty, choice, protection of all people's rights, LGBTQ rights, people's rights that are about freedom, we're going to see a sea change for the better.
So, Madam Vice President, you very briefly just mentioned LGBTQ plus rights. And, you know, so much of our optimism as young people is marred by this fear that we are going to lose our fundamental rights.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think of the 556 anti-trans bills that have been introduced this year alone, not to mention the 27, I believe, that have been introduced before Congress. And, you know, what the LGBTQ plus community really is one of the primary targets of this crusade of hate. And you have not shied away from this throughout your career. You have shown up for the LGBTQ plus community, and throughout your college tour travels, you have no doubt come across many different people, and I'm wondering what you have seen and what you can say to help us feel like we can keep fighting and fight stronger.
Thank you, Amelie, and you've been a great and courageous voice on this. First of all, I strongly believe no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. You know, there are some powerful forces right now that are really trying to divide our country. They're trying to distract us by suggesting we should go backward instead of forward. And so the first point I would make is we are all in this together, and no one should be made to fight alone, and no one should allow these haters to try and make people feel they're alone. You're right in terms of my background. I was very proud back in 2004. Some of you weren't even born, I know. Back in the old days, 2004, I performed some of the first same-sex marriages in our country. In 2004, there were a whole lot of people saying that shouldn't be done. It's not right. You know, people said, oh, they're not ready for this yet. But you see, I grew up the child of parents who met when they were active in the civil rights movement, when they were marching and shouting for freedom and equality. And I come at this issue then with a very strong and profound belief that this is about the freedom to be. You know, when we're talking about the fight for our freedoms, just to break it down for a moment, it's the freedom to love who you love openly. It is the freedom to make decisions about your own body. It is the freedom to have access to the ballot box. It is the freedom and the right to have access to opportunity. But fundamentally, a lot of this fight for freedoms is about the right that people should have the freedom to just be. To just be. And be free from hate, free from attack, free from bullying, free from harm. And so I look at this issue of what's happening in terms of these attacks on our LGBTQ plus community. And I also think about it then in terms of 2004. So next year it's actually going to be 20 years ago. And then I contrast that with, now that was not very long ago in the life of a human being who was deprived of those rights, okay? And I think about it in the context of what's happening in places like Florida right now. This don't say gay law. And here's how I think about it, because I would encourage the students when you are learning policy in class to always step back and think, how will this affect a real person? So here's how I think about this issue. The young teachers in Florida are in their 20s. And if they are in a same-sex relationship, they are literally afraid to put a photograph of themselves and their partner up for fear they may lose their job. Because they decided to take on one of the most noble professions anyone could engage in, which is to teach other people's children. And we don't pay them enough as it is. So I think about it that way. I think about it in terms of what we have seen as a rise in hate crime. People living in fear to just be. And it's very real, and we have to band together and speak up. So I'll tell you one of the things about me. So I'm kind of a nerd on certain levels about certain things. So here's one reveal. I love Venn diagrams. I love Venn diagrams. I'm telling you, whenever I'm facing like a conflict and I need to sort it out, give me a Venn diagram every day of the week, right? So I asked my team, I said, let's do a Venn diagram. Show me from which states are we seeing attacks on voting rights, LGBTQ rights, and reproductive health rights. And you would not be surprised to know there was a significant overlap. And so that's scary and obviously troubling, but there's also a bright side to that knowledge that we have, which is great. Coalition building opportunity. Let's bring together all the folks who've been fighting for voting rights, and the folks who've been fighting for LGBTQ rights, and the folks who've been fighting for reproductive health rights. Let's bring everybody together, because we got a lot in common, and there is strength in unity, especially in this environment where people are trying to divide us as Americans. That's how I think about it.
Wow, there's strength in unity. There's strength in unity. In Tennessee, we say y'all means all. All right, we have another question. We want to uplift another student here to ask a question. Andrew Baxley.
My name is Andrew. I am the president of the College Democrats here at the College of Charleston. I just want to say it is an honor and a pleasure to be speaking with you today. Thank you for your service and all that you do for this country. My question is, my friend Ava is worried about her right to seek reproductive health care and her future as a South Carolina resident, a Republican majority state. Why should someone like Ava trust you and President Biden to secure these fundamental rights, human rights, and what are the steps your administration is actively taking to secure these fundamental human rights?
Right, this is great. Let me just start by saying, I think it's really important that you ask that question on behalf of Ava, because that speaks to the solidarity and the importance of everyone understanding this affects everyone regardless of your gender. And it is about fundamental rights. So let's contextualize it, and then I will tell you President Biden and I are fighting in every way, but let's contextualize it. So just over a year ago, we witnessed the highest court in our land take a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And thereafter, states around our country, including this one, passed laws to restrict the ability of an individual to make decisions about her own body and her own future. And again, I say, let's understand this is not just an intellectual discussion. This is not just an academic discussion. Since that case came down from the Supreme Court last year, every day in America, people are silently suffering. Because here's what's been happening. There are being laws that are proposed and passed that, for example, make no exception for rape or incest. Now, we're going to have real talk here, okay? Everybody here's grown. So I'm going to give you, I'll share with you a personal story. When I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather. And I said to her, well, then you have to come live with us. I called my mother, and my mother said, yes, she has to come stay with us, and she did. As many of you know, I started my career as a prosecutor, and one of the main reasons I did is because I wanted to specialize and deal with crimes against women and children. And I did specialize in those cases for the majority of my career as a prosecutor. So on this issue, no exception for rape or incest, understand what that means. It is these so-called leaders, these extremists, saying to a survivor of an act of violence to their body, a violation to their body, that she does not have the authority and ability to decide what happens to her body next. That is immoral. That is immoral. And on this subject of access to reproductive care, to abortion care, let us all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she will make that decision with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi. But she is smart enough to know what is in her own best interest instead of having a bunch of these folks up in these state capitals trying to tell her what to do. When if, in fact, you look closely at some of these laws, it becomes clear that these state legislators don't even know how a woman's body works. Take a look at what's happening here as evidence of that. Passing laws to tell her what she can do before she probably even knows she's pregnant. So on this issue, it is a real issue affecting real people in real time in our nation. And we have to understand the urgency of our action to put back into law the rights that the court took away. And to do that, we have to elect people to the United States Congress, because they who just simply have to agree that they may have their personal beliefs, but agree that the government shouldn't be telling folks what to do, if we have that number in the majority, then we can pass a law that puts back in place the protections under the case that was called Roe v. Wade. And Joe Biden has been clear he will sign it. Elections matter. Elections matter. So us being in place, the work we have done as an administration has also been about saying to all these states, you cannot deprive people of emergency care, because sadly, too many folks, I have met many, had to go to the emergency room. This one young woman I met from Texas, she was suffering a miscarriage, went to the hospital for help with a procedure. They denied her because they were so worried they were going to get sued. She then left, she came back, please help me, denied. It was only when she contracted sepsis that they helped her. So the issue about the restriction and enforcing the restriction, nobody should be denied access to emergency care, is something we are pushing. Access to contraception, and making sure that we ensure that folks have access to contraception. But ultimately, what the court took away, Congress can put back in place. And so elections matter, which means your vote matters.
So, Madam Vice President, I'm going to ask a question about something that is very personal to us in Nashville. We are just blocks away from Mother Emanuel, where 9 precious lives were taken in a mass shooting. In the past few months, we've seen shootings at a Dollar General in Jacksonville, Florida. We've seen shootings at a university in North Carolina. gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children in this nation. And you know, it was really beautiful. I was at the White House with you all recently when you announced the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, something that young people have been asking for, and it was a beautiful day, but it was also a very somber day because all the families from Uvalde to Nashville were gathered there. Yeah. And you know what happened in our state. In fact, you came to Tennessee when we were expelled for demanding my colleagues to act on this crisis of gun violence that is plaguing our nation. And so, you know, I'm so excited to see that you're leading this Office of Gun Violence Prevention that is taking this issue like a national emergency, like a crisis. And so my question is, what else can we do to address this preventable crisis of gun violence in our nation?
Well, again, I just would emphasize the earlier point about the fact that not only are there things that we know we have yet to accomplish as a country in terms of progress, but it is also important to understand where there are purposeful and intentional efforts to obstruct that progress. And Justin's case, the three of you, is a perfect example. Many of you, I'm sure, remember and know. They were simply, as elected representatives, in an official session of that elected body, attempting to have a debate on the issue of gun violence, and the so-called leaders of that body turned off their microphones. This is not even like a metaphor like, oh, don't turn off my microphone when you actually don't have a microphone. They actually had microphones. And these so-called leaders turned them off. Now, what I loved about it is y'all were like, all right, anybody got a bullhorn? That was fantastic. But there are people who are intentionally standing in the way of just what is reasonable. So I'd like to start by, I'm just going to ask you to do me this one favor, the students who are here. Raise your hand if, at any point from kindergarten to 12th grade, when you were in school, you had to go through an active shooter drill. Raise your hand and hold it up. I would ask the older adults to look around the room, and I'd ask the press to take note. Because, thank you guys, I think that older adults don't fully understand what you guys have been through. I really do. I once had a conversation with a student who, on this subject, said to me, yeah, I don't really like to go to 5th period. I said, why, sweetheart? Well, because in 5th period, in that classroom, there's no closet to hide in. So our students, our young leaders, who are supposed to be in this environment where we are feeding their God-given capacity to learn and to explore and to wonder, and some part of their brain is afraid that somebody might bust through the door with a gun. It's just not right. Like Justin, you said, it's the leading cause of death of children in our country right now, gun violence. Not some form of cancer, car accidents. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of children in America. 1 in 5 Americans has a family member who was killed by a gun. The trauma, not to mention that is undiagnosed and untreated, that the American people are living with on this issue. And to your point, it is a false choice that the obstructionists try to push, to say you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I am absolutely in favor of the Second Amendment, and I believe we need an assault weapons ban, and we need background checks, universal background checks, and red flag laws. It's just reasonable. It's just reasonable. You just might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know. It's just reasonable. And here's the thing on this issue and so many of the issues we are discussing that I would like to emphasize, especially to the young leaders here. It does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. We once had an assault weapons ban. It expired. But it does not have to be this way, that we don't ban weapons of war from the streets of a civil society. And so how do we achieve change? Well, one, let's be clear that it is about local, state, and federal elections. But it is truly within the power of elected representatives to do something about this. And ultimately, it's got to be the United States Congress, because we have some states who have leaders who have been successful in passing reasonable gun safety laws, but if we don't have some kind of overall approach, then, guns can obviously, assault weapons can obviously, pass through state lines. So a big part of this elections matter, but again, I'm gonna repeat myself. When you guys start voting in your numbers, because for this issue with so many, this is not an intellectual issue for you. It is a lived experience. You guys are going to make a big difference.
Wow. From Charleston to Cumnor Elementary in Nashville, it does not have to be this way. Yeah. Thank you. We're going to take one more student question from Tyler Gadsden. Is Tyler here?
Greetings and welcome to Charleston. My name is Tyler Gadsden. I am the boss list of the Beta Mu chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, a student athlete, academic mentor, student ambassador, as well as a Bonner leader intern. My question for you today is about climate change, and it is what specific policies and initiatives is the government implementing to address the immediate as well as long-term impacts of climate change, such as sea level rise, which is what we see here in Charleston weekly, and even extreme weather events, and how are these being funded as well as supported?
Yeah, this is a wonderful question, and thank you for your leadership in so many capacities. Thank you. Thank you. So, again, there was a time in the not so distant past where we had to fight the deniers, and now, you just can't turn on any form of news and deny what we're seeing from, my home state of where we're seeing wildfires to up the eastern seaboard and in the south, what we're seeing in terms of floods and extraordinary extreme weather events that are decimating communities. And so I think we have finally come to the point where there is some consensus that this is a real issue and that it is an urgent issue, because the clock is not just ticking on this, it is banging. What we are seeing and witnessing in our own time in terms of the acceleration of this issue, whether it was here in South Carolina, remember the smoke from the Canadian wildfires, what we have seen in terms of flooding, which has an extraordinary impact, especially on low-income communities who don't have the capital and the ability then to recover as quickly. So the harm is very real, and the fact of extreme weather is very real. The fact of the connection between that and an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, the fact of the connection between human behaviors and greenhouse gas emissions, I do believe most people would agree cannot be denied at this point. I think where the tension comes is in the sense of urgency and the commitment to do something, and be active and serious about it. Again, when President Biden and I came in, we decided to infuse a whole lot of resources and just leapfrog into this issue. We put $1 trillion, which is an historic amount of money, into what we need to do around resilience, so helping communities, because now it's kind of predictable who's going to have the extreme weather, helping them build up so that when the extreme weather happens, they won't be decimated and they can recover. Adaptation, same kind of thing, but also an investment in things like electric vehicles, an investment in wind turbines and solar paneling, an investment in, for example, HVAC systems. So we have a system that we've rolled out where homeowners and renters can get credit for a new HVAC system that is lower energy, and it actually improves the quality of the air that people are breathing. So these are some of the things we can do. But we have to do it with a greater sense of urgency. And I will say also that there are forces that don't want this to happen too quickly. And in particular, the big oil companies, who are very invested in a business model where they have made a ton of dough off of the status quo. And a transition into a new approach means that it's disrupting their business model. And, we all here know what gaslighting means, but also, we can talk about, there's the whole expression that's about what's happening in terms of, I think it's green lighting, but trying to suggest that they are doing something. So you can see a commercial like on YouTube or wherever, where it brought to you by this oil company, and they'll show you like birds and grass. We care about the environment, but then if you look at where they're putting their money or putting their projections in terms of their investments, I think it's questionable whether they're doing it with the same sense of urgency about getting us to the point that we have a significant reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and that we accelerate the transition. The other point I will make here is it is a false choice to say that we either care about reducing the climate crisis or the economy. We can do both, and we're proving we can. What we have done in investing this $1 trillion has been about the creation of over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in the country, in large part because of what we're doing around infrastructure and what we are doing to build up a clean energy economy. When we talk about the growth of a clean energy economy, there are so many of the professions and the skills that were required before that transfer immediately. You can't build up infrastructure around the climate crisis without electricians, without bricklayers, without all of the folks who have the skills that have been building up for years that are at the highest level of skill to do the work we need to do to actually reinforce our country and the world. So I would add that. And then my final point here is that we should always keep in mind also the issue of environmental justice, which is while the climate crisis impacts everyone, it does not do so equally. If we are talking about low-income communities, communities of color, immigrant communities, we see a higher impact because those communities just don't have the same resources to either be resilient or build back up after devastation. And so we need to take that into account. We talked about, and I know that the College of Charleston is very committed to DEI. Again, these forces, coming out of Florida and other places that would say DEI is a bad thing. They're trying to do what they did with woke with DEI and say that it is somehow a bad thing to care about and talk about diversity and equity and inclusion. Well, on the environmental justice point, it's all about equity. And I'll simplify what this means. Equity is this. It's saying, yeah, we'd all agree that equality should be the goal, but if we think that by giving everyone an equal amount, we're gonna achieve equal outcomes, it doesn't take into account, not everybody starts out on the same base. So equity is about saying, let's give some consideration to that point. That not everyone starts out on the same base, but we do want everyone to have an equal opportunity to compete. And then the best will excel, but equal opportunity to compete. And a lot of what underlies the EJ, which is the environmental justice movement, is about equity and equitable outcomes. So thank you for that question.
So we are heading into our last question. I want to say thank you for your candor, your authenticity, and for your heart in this conversation. It is abundantly clear how much you believe in the power of young people, and I think it just means so much more than you know to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our last question is, we're in a room with so many impassioned young people, our future leaders, here and on this campus. What is your last advice to us?
Oh, well, I've got lots of advice. How long do you have? Let me start with this. So, we talked a little bit earlier about what's happening in this environment right now. And, you know, and I am traveling the country and I'm traveling the world. And one of the things that I see happening that gives me great concern is there's almost this perversion about how we define strength, where some would suggest that it's a sign of strength based on who you beat down, instead of what I believe to be the true measure of strength, which is who you lift up. Some who would suggest that it is a sign of weakness to have some level of concern and compassion and care about the suffering of other people. When in fact, that's called empathy, and I do believe that the best and greatest leaders possess that quality, where they have some level of concern and care for the suffering of other people. So as you continue in your roles of leadership, I would advise that we have the ability to see it when we see it and know what's happening and call it out. I would encourage you each to know that you must have ambition, and it's a good thing. I encourage you to have ambition. I encourage you to see what is possible and what can be unburdened by what has been. I would encourage you to believe in what will make us great and strong as a nation through the lens of having some concern about our neighbor. I would encourage you to not listen when somebody says, well, nobody like you, or you're too young, or nobody like you has done something like that before. I would encourage you not to listen to that. I will tell you, I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear no. And I encourage you not to hear it. And I guess the final point I would make is this. So as vice president, I have now met with over 100 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. When we, as the United States of America, walk in those rooms, we walk in those rooms chin up, shoulders back, with the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracies, rule of law, human rights. But here's the thing about being a role model, which everyone here knows. When you're a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches what you say. My great concern and fear among the many about what is at stake is that somewhere there are authoritarian so-called leaders, dictators, who are looking at their people, looking, for example, maybe at the young women of their nation who are fighting for just the right to be educated. And they're saying to those who are fighting for liberty and freedom and equality and fairness and justice, well, you want to hold out the United States as your example? Look what's happening over there right now. And I say this to say that you all being engaged in fighting for fundamental freedoms is about your personal rights and future, your family, your neighbor, and it's going to have an impact on people around the world, very potentially, people you will never meet, people who may never know your name, but because of your activism and your engagement will forever be benefited. So the advice there is know the power that you each have as individuals and the ferocious power you have as a community, as a collective, as a coalition to make a difference. And for all of those reasons, I thank you, I applaud you, and your nation is counting on you. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Can we hear from P.O.? Oh, it's good to be with everybody. Please, let's have a seat.
Hello.
Hi, friend.
Hello, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. Yeah? Yes. Yo. The energy in this room, like I have never seen so many beautiful young faces who are so excited to show up for their democracy. Like this is amazing. I'm so proud of y'all for showing up. Thank you so much.
This is the College of Southern Nevada. What do we expect? I love you. I love being with the leaders of our country. I'm so excited to be with everyone. Thank you.
You are so brilliant. Yes, I thank you, first and foremost. Thank you for having me here. Thank you guys all for having me here. I'm so excited to be able to share space with you and ask you these brilliant questions. You know, I understand that you have been doing this Fight for Our Freedoms tour, and this summer alone, you've traveled to over 17 different states, talking to climate leaders from Colorado, talking to gun violence advocates from Virginia, and now you are on a college tour, going to over 12 different college campuses, including CSN, yes, which are predominantly Hispanic and AA, NHPI serving institutions. And I know we are all excited to have you here. Why embark on this tour? Why the fight for our freedoms?
Yeah. Well, let me just start by saying, Annie, thank you so very much for being with me yet again as we talk with the leaders of our country. So I decided to start this tour, Fight for Our Freedoms, for a number of reasons that have everything to do with who you are, the students who are here. I truly believe that the future and the present of our country requires your leadership. I am here because I want for you that you will be able to live your best life. I want for you that you know the rights that you have and know that you are encouraged to fight for those rights and those freedoms. When I look at who you are in terms of your generation, for most who are here, I also am so aware of what you have uniquely experienced. You are the generation that has only known the climate crisis. You are a generation that saw George Floyd be murdered. You are a generation that has witnessed the highest court in our land take a right that had been formally recognized, such that you will have fewer rights than your mothers or grandmothers. You are a generation that grew up having active shooter drills. The issues that are at stake in our country right now are not intellectual or academic for you. These are lived experiences. And what I know about you and your style of leadership is that you're not having it.
You're not waiting for other people to figure it out. You are leading, you are stepping out, and you are prepared to take control of these issues in a way that we uplift the life of the people, in a way that we protect freedoms, including just the freedom to be. So that's why I'm doing this tour. And because I also want you to know that in the midst of these challenges, in the midst of a moment where I do believe there is an intentional and full-on attack against so many hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights, I also want to remind you, it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. And when you all start voting in your numbers, I know it won't be. So that's why I'm here.
Amazing. You know, I love your articulation around the future belongs to the youth and the present belongs to the youth.
Yeah.
And I believe we have a student here in the audience that needs to ask a question. Do I have Kia Williams? Kaya, there she is, Kaya Williams.
Hey guys, my name is Kaya Williams and I'm president of the Black Student Union here at
Let's go.
My question today is, how would you encourage someone who is not utilizing their right to vote to start taking that important step to vote?
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, Madam President!
And thank you for your role of what I take as elected leadership in this body. Congratulations. So, for all the leaders here, I know, I've been reading about this student body. I've been reading about how this exceptional educational institution thinks of you and nurtures you. And so I will say this, I am clear that you on many different levels will make a difference. Not only in the state of Nevada, in our country, but in the world. One of the ways of the many that you will make a difference is by voting. Elections matter. Mm-hmm. Back in 2020, during the height of a pandemic, we had the highest rate of youth voting that we had seen, historic numbers. I would like to see, in fact, a show of hands. Can I see who voted in 2020 or 2022? Right. Because you voted, Joe Biden is President of the United States, and I am Vice President of the United States. Because you voted. Because you voted. We did it, Joe. High five. Yes, yes. We did it. But voting, and here's the thing, we will talk often about the importance of voting in the historical context of the fact that people marched, fought, shed blood, and died for the right to vote, for so many of the people who are here. Mm-hmm. So that's a reason to vote, to honor the struggle and the sacrifices of those who imagine that you would be sitting here right now and we would be having this conversation, honoring that legacy that we have each inherited. The other thing that we should know is that elections matter. When you vote, you have the ability to determine the outcome of who will be making decisions on issues like we have discussed, and there's so many leaders here, on issues like immigration, on issues like the climate crisis, on issues like what the president and I have been fighting for to reduce student loan debt, on issues like, on a variety of issues that we will discuss today. Almost every one of them will ultimately be decided by the people who vote in their numbers on the issues they care about, right? People don't just get elected to these offices, they're elected by the people. So voting
is your way of determining who sits in those offices and who they see and who they think of when they're making these important decisions that will impact all of us. The other point I would make on this, because it's very real and we're here to have real talk, there are powerful forces in our country that are trying to make it more difficult for you to vote. Understand that. You see how in Georgia, you know, first of all, historic turnout in 2020, and you could almost map and see that, first of all, that scared a lot of people. And then they started trying to pass laws to make it more difficult to vote. In Georgia, they passed a law that make it illegal to give people who are standing in line to vote, make it illegal to give them food and water. What happened to love thy neighbor? The hypocrisy is bounds.
Yep.
States who are passing laws that will say that and make it more difficult for college students to vote. You who know how much is at stake. States that are getting rid of drop boxes, trying to eliminate or reduce early voting. You know who needs to do early voting? People who work 2 and 3 jobs and can't take off a day of work.
Yes.
The people who know that it's important that we have paid family leave and paid sick leave and affordable child care. So see the connections, and then to the young leaders here, I'd say, don't ever let anybody silence you. And understand when people are trying. So there are a lot of reasons to vote. And in particular, again, I will go back to when we saw in 2020 and 2022, when people voted in their numbers, we saw how change can happen. Again, the climate crisis, again, what we need to do on so many of the issues that impact young people, that impact people of every stage of life. And in particular, working people. In particular, people who are in low-income communities, in particular, people who have been left out or overlooked, right? So I would urge everyone here, okay, now I'm gonna engage in a cliche.
Do it.
I got a government website. Vote.gov. Please go on to vote.gov and it'll tell you if you're registered to vote, and it'll help you register to vote and tell your family and friends. But that's a quick and easy way to do it, and the earlier you register to vote, then you just know it's done, and then we can take it to the next step.
You know, you're talking about how they are trying to silence us and make it more difficult for us to vote. I feel like it's just showing that they understand how powerful we are. You know, and you being here, I feel like is a representation of reminding us yet again how powerful we are. And we cannot be taken down if we come in numbers, if we come in unity, if we come in love.
Just the power of the people.
Power of the people,
It's the
yep.
power of the people.
Madam Vice President, this next topic, I know you are no stranger to. We are in the beautiful state of Nevada, which, yes, the most beautiful state of Nevada with you beautiful humans. And, you know, there's a pressing issue around gun violence. And in Nevada, we have, in US modern recorded history, one of the most deadly shootings that have happened here.
Yeah, 1 October, yeah.
1 October. I know you are not a stranger to this topic. You have been fighting for this throughout your whole career. I know that you and President Joe Biden have created a historic legislation around gun violence safety and the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Yeah, that's right, which I'm heading.
Wow.
Yeah.
Super congratulations. I know we are all very proud of you and our democracy for fighting for that. Thank you. Now, we also know that it is attacking predominantly Black, brown, and lower income communities. How can we fight to help prevent that? What can we do to further help you and our democracy and our government?
So to your point, Annie, first of all, probably a lot of people here know, but as of today,
the #1 killer of children in America is gun violence. Not some form of cancer, not car accidents, gun violence. #1 killer of children in America today. 1 in 5 people in our country have a family member who was killed by gun violence. And then when you talk about the disproportionate impact on communities of color, the numbers most recently that I saw, I think African Americans 10% more likely, 10 times more likely, excuse me, Latinos twice as likely. And you know, we talk about mass shootings like 1 October, which we must never forget, but we also must remember that we must pay attention to everyday gun violence that is happening in communities around our country, and those lives are as precious as any life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have been working on this for a long time, and I will tell you that, again, it's not rocket science in terms of what we need to do, okay? But you got a bunch of feckless people who lack courage, who are in the United States Congress, who are pushing a false choice, which suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. And it's a false choice. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, but we need an assault weapons ban. We need universal background checks. We need red flag laws.
Yep.
And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the students here if you'll indulge me. I'm going to ask you a question, and I ask you to raise your hand if this applies to you. Who here between, and I'm going to ask you to hold up your hands, one, to keep them up. Who here between kindergarten and 12th grade had to, at school, have an active shooter drill? I would ask the older adults to take a look. I'd ask the media to take a look at all the hands that are up. Okay, you can put them down. I'm going to tell you something. I don't think these people who call themselves leaders understand what you guys have been through. That our children, that our young people, with the brilliance of their mind, are sitting in a classroom with some part of their brain being aware of the fact that somebody could bust in that classroom with a gun. And what that has meant for our young people in terms of the trauma and the fear they are living with, even if they've not personally experienced gun violence.
Yeah.
This is real. And again, I say to the young leaders here, it doesn't have to be this way. You know, we once had an assault weapons ban. It had a term on it, a shelf life. It has since expired, but we once had an assault weapons ban. It doesn't have to be this way. And let's be clear, we're only talking about a reasonable approach to a big problem. If Joe Biden were here, he might say BFD, but I'm not going to say that. But it kind of is, right? Think about this. It's reasonable that you just might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon, if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know.
Maybe.
Right? It's reasonable to say that weapons of war, assault weapons, which were designed to kill a lot of people quickly, have no place on the streets of a civil society. It's just reasonable. But again, I take us back to the point that elections matter. And it is critically important that we have courage in leadership to take on this issue and just have reasonable approaches to something that is affecting us in profound ways. And in fact, you know, there's so many issues that also raise the other big issue that we don't talk enough about, but that your generation, students here, do have the courage to talk about. And that's mental health.
Yep.
You guys have the courage to talk about it. And here's what I'm going to issue. I haven't done this before, Annie, but I'm about
here
to
for it.
make
Let's
an
do it.
official call to action as vice president. I am calling on the young leaders of today to enter the mental health professions and to take this take charge. There are a variety of the types of work that you can do that is about culturally competent, peer-based support for each other and for our communities around this issue, because the level, for so many reasons, of undiagnosed and therefore untreated trauma in our communities that must and can be addressed is profound. And let's understand, exposure to violence is one of them. You know what else is trauma-inducing? Poverty. Right?
Yes.
So when we talk about the levels of trauma that certain communities are experiencing, I really do believe that we need the young leaders who are here to really consider taking up your role of leadership in many ways, including considering entering mental health professions as part of your way of serving the community and the country.
Thank you. I love how you talk about how advocacy and fighting for our nation and our rights can look like so many different things. It can be enrolling in college. It can be showing up here. It can be getting a family member or a friend registered to vote at, what's the website again?
Oh, all right.
Okay, I was just making sure y'all were listening.
That's great.
I was just making sure we had a participatory audience, and I see here we do. Yes, you know, it's really powerful to hear that the democracy is in our hands, that the government is in our hands, that our vote matters.
Yeah.
I believe we have another student here in the audience that would love to ask you a question, and their name is Rebecca Taylor.
Hi.
Where's Rebecca? Wave your hand.
Over here. Hi, I'm Rebecca Taylor. I'm over this way. Yay!
Can't see. Oh, there you go. Okay.
To your right. Hi, I'm Rebecca Taylor, ASCSN Henderson Senator. Vice President Harris, we know you are a champion for women's reproductive rights. In your opinion, what can be done at the federal level to ensure that all women have fair and equal access to reproductive choice, and that doctors and scientists remain free to practice best medicine independent of political agenda?
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great question.
So, as I mentioned earlier about this generation, we just over a year ago witnessed the highest court in our land, the court of Thurgood Marshall and RBG, take a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America, and thereafter, in states around our country, laws being proposed and passed that would criminalize healthcare providers, some providing for very significant prison time, that would punish women and people who simply deserve to be able to make a decision for themselves about their life. And I think it's really important on this issue to agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Yep.
That's her decision. We respect her ability to be smart enough to know what is in her own best interest without a bunch of folks in the state capitol trying to tell her what to do. And by the way, in half these states where they're passing these restrictions, I am clear that half of them don't even know how a woman's body works.
Okay, let's pull out a map of anatomy. Listen.
And here's, you know, we're going to keep it real in this conversation. Everybody's grown here. And I would urge the students here to always remember, and I know your professors will teach this, but on any policy matter that you are hearing about, always ask yourself, how will this impact a real person? okay? Because on this issue, some would try to make it, oh, this is intellectual, this is, political discussion. No, it's very real. There are people around our country who are silently suffering in a tremendous way. These laws being proposed and passed, and this is where there are difficult things to think and talk about on this subject, but must be acknowledged if we're going to keep it real. Proposing and passing laws that make no exception for rape or incest. Now, many of you know I started my career as a prosecutor, and I'm going to tell you one of the biggest reasons why. When I was in high school, my best friend was being molested by her stepfather. And I learned about it, and I said to her, you got to come and stay and live with us. I called my mother. My mother said, yes, she has to come and stay with us, and she did. And so I decided I wanted to do the work that was about protecting women and children. And I focused then on those kinds of crimes. Now, understand that these extremists are saying to someone who has survived an act of violence to their body, has survived a violation to their body, that that person does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. That is immoral. And that's what's happening, Rebecca, on this issue. It is a very real issue, not to mention how it disproportionately impacts low-income women. The majority of women who seek abortion care are mothers. And hopefully, but we can't take it for granted, that she has affordable child care and paid family leave and has extra money in the bank to afford a bus ticket, a train ticket, or a plane ticket to leave the state where she is to go seek care in a state like Nevada, for example, which I thank the leaders of Nevada and the majority women legislature for keeping it real here. But in surrounding states where those working women, if she's working 2 or 3 jobs, if she has a couple of kids, what that means, not to mention, and I'm here again, let's keep it real, what it means. If you are faced with such a difficult personal decision, and for those people who are in states that are restricting these rights, you have to go into an airport and go through TSA and get on a plane with a bunch of strangers to go to a strange place. Family members may not be able to afford to take that trip with you. Just think about what this means to real people. And again, elections matter, because back to your point, Joe Biden has been very clear. When we have the majority of people in Congress who agree, by the way, simply that it's not the government's decision, no matter their personal beliefs, but that the government should not be making this decision for people. And if they then pass a law putting back in place the protections that the court took away, the court took these rights, Congress can put them back in place. And Joe Biden has been clear, when they put the protections of Roe v. Wade back into law, he will sign that bill.
Amen. You guys, we got to show up and vote.
So elections matter.
Elections matter. They matter. They matter either way, right? Roe v. Wade being overturned, they matter. So we have to show up in droves so that they matter in our favor.
That's right.
We all come from women. We have to honor them as their body is their own. Speaking of fundamental rights, our freedom, it makes me think about my trans brothers and sisters, my trans people, my LGBTQIA community. Yep. And what a beautiful community that y'all are, that we come from. And it is so disheartening how they are being disproportionately attacked I know you are an advocate and an ally and have been in the fight with them for a long time. So what can we do to help support and to show up and to be better allies and advocates?
And I love how you framed this, because at the root of that point is something I believe very strongly, which is nobody should be made to fight alone, especially when they are fighting for their rights to just be.
Yep.
To just be.
None of us are free until all of us are free.
That's exactly right. And so, you know, my history on this issue includes back in 2000, and I'll just offer this by way of contrast. Back in 2004, I know some of you weren't even born then.
Yeah, me neither.
Back in the olden days of 2004, I was proud to be one of the first elected officials in the country to perform same-sex marriages when I was in San Francisco. And by the way, it wasn't very politically popular at the time, but I didn't care, because this is a civil rights issue.
Yep.
As much as it is a human rights issue. My parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement back in the day. This is fundamentally about justice, about equality under the law. Mm-hmm. And what we are looking at now, so I look at 2004, so next year it'll be 20 years ago. Contrast with laws that are being passed in states like Florida, Don't Say Gay, where I think about the young teachers who are in their 20s, who, if they are in a same-sex relationship, are afraid to put up a photograph of themselves and their partner for fear they may lose their job. A job that is one of the most noble of professions, a job that is about a commitment to educate other people's children. And, you know, as it is, we don't pay them enough.
Speak on it. My
And
mom's
this
a
is
teacher.
how teachers are being treated for just being themselves. Laws that are criminalizing and that are also encouraging the judgment and the marginalizing of our LGBTQ plus friends. And you cannot underestimate, you know this, we all here know this, the fear that it is striking in the community. Mm-hmm. And with so many of these issues, the intent, I believe, to make people feel alone. Mm-hmm. And when anyone is made to feel alone, it's very disempowering. And that's why community is so important and coalition is so important. So here's I think at this point a well-known secret about me. I love Venn diagrams. I love Venn diagrams. And whenever I am presented with kind of like this is complicated, I always wonder, is there a Venn diagram to figure this stuff out?
And we love that about you.
Right. So I asked my team, let's do a Venn diagram. From which states are we seeing attacks on LGBTQ rights, attacks on voting rights, and attacks on reproductive freedom? And you would not be shocked to know there was a significant overlap. Okay, but what that also presents is, look at this opportunity to think about strengthening the coalition. Bringing folks together who have been fighting for voting rights, bringing together folks who have been fighting for reproductive health rights, bringing together folks who are fighting for LGBTQ plus rights, and building our coalition, remembering the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And I would add another point. I'm traveling our country.
Yeah.
I believe that part of the agenda that is at foot is to try and divide our nation.
Yep.
To pit people against each other based on just who they are. To divide and distract. The antidote that we have to that is to know how much we have in common and to build coalition and build community and fight back against those who would try to divide us as a nation.
Yes.
Our unity is our strength. Our diversity is our power. There is no question about it. It is a truth, period.
Yes. Yes. I love that. Understanding that fear is universal, instead of that being something that divides us, instead use that to unify us, because essentially we are all fighting for basic human rights.
And dignity. And again, I just can't stress it enough. You know, it is the freedom to make decisions about one's own body. It is the freedom to have access to the ballot box. It is the freedom that one should have from fear. The freedom that one should have from hate and bigotry and bullying. And ultimately, it is just the freedom to be. To just be. To just be. You know, that's so much of what this is about.
Yeah.
And, but we can't take any of these freedoms for granted. And so, you know, but understand that we know what we are fighting for. This is not fighting against something, it's fighting for.
Yes.
And what we are also fighting for are foundational principles of our country. And in that way, it is important to remember, this is a fight based on love of country. This is a fight based on believing in the ideals upon which our country was founded and fighting for us to achieve those ideals. And what greater and more pure expression of love for our country can we have than believing in those ideals and fighting for us to attain them?
Yes.
That's what this is, and I believe that is a true form of patriotism. Don't anybody tell you otherwise. Don't anyone tell you otherwise.
I really love and admire your use of language. Not fighting against, fighting for. Talking about the solution because there is a problem. Like, this is our democracy, this is our government, taking it back. I remember the first time I went to the White House, I heard it called the People's House.
Yeah, right.
And that, for me, did a complete paradigm shift on how I saw my government and feel comfortable now to call it my government, my democracy. So thank you for that shift for us, and I'm sure a lot of us in this room are going to go back and, you know, really fight for something and not against something. And you have been fighting for most of your life with your family and with our government. And what are some things that you are most proud of that you've been able to put into place thus far?
Well, one of the things that we, again, because people voted, again, I'm going to ask them to raise hands. Who here has a family member who has diabetes? Look around the room. Okay. How many years we've been hearing the stories, in particular of our seniors, who have had to make a terrible choice about whether they could either afford their insulin, taking it at the prescription a doctor gave them, versus paying their rent or being able to buy enough food to eat. So many, for years and years and years. One of the great accomplishments that we have made is we have now capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. It's huge. It's huge, especially when you know how many, in communities of color, immigrant communities, the high rate of diabetes that exists, and how this is going to be a game changer for our seniors. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the work that we are continuing to do to fight for student loan forgiveness. We still have more to do. We know that we have a lot of students who, for example, are Pell Grant recipients, and what we're doing to increase that grant, but also to bring down, we tried to do it so that Pell Grant recipients would get $20,000 of loan forgiveness. The court undid what we did, but we're still fighting, and so we've been dealing with debt relief. But that's something I'm very proud of. And then there's the work that we are doing on climate. You all have only known the climate crisis. I mean, here in Nevada, they call it whiplash in terms of weather experiences, right? Either there's a drought or there's a flood, right? So it's like whiplash weather,
right? I've been, and I'm sure many here have been to Lake Mead. We talk about the bath ring, because of how quickly the water receded in Lake Mead. And so it is a big issue, and what we have been doing on this is saying that, one, stop the denial, of which there was a whole lot. We are saying that we're very clear, extreme weather, which causes extraordinary damage, which is damage not only in particular to low-income communities who have a very difficult time recovering, but also just damage that is to this beautiful earth that we are blessed to live on. But extreme weather connected to greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions connected to human behaviors. It's kind of a no-brainer. And so what we are doing is saying that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We need to invest in renewable energy. We need to invest in a clean energy economy. Things like solar paneling, wind turbines, electric vehicles, the work that we can do to actually bring down the harm that we are doing to this planet. And I'm very excited about that work, and I'm very proud of that work. Our administration has invested, and this has been a total game changer. In the time we have been in office, we are now on track to invest $1 trillion in addressing the climate crisis around adaptation and resilience and investing in a clean energy economy.
Wow. Wow.
And I will tell you, we are making a particular effort to also acknowledge that while the climate crisis impacts everyone, it does not do so equally. Because when you look at how the effects are on low-income communities, in communities that have been historically low income, and the damage to communities that they cannot recover from, it's pretty significant. And so we are paying attention to what we are doing with those resources. But again, I will also say, like we talked about voting and so many of these other issues, there is what we must do and where we must go with a sense of urgency. But also understand, there are folks out there who are trying to get in the way of the progress. Understand that when we're looking at big oil and what they've historically done in trying to first push the denial narrative and then slow down the progress, and saying, oh, it's going to be too difficult to transition so quickly into a clean energy economy. The same kind of people who will say, oh, it's going to be so difficult for any of us to do what we do. Yep. Those kinds of people who will say, oh, nobody like you has ever done this before, so maybe it's not possible. It's possible. And so it's possible.
It's possible. We did it, Joe.
And on the issue of the climate crisis, it is very doable, and we are seeing the progress that we can make. But again, also in terms of what is happening in the country, understand on the issue of the climate crisis, let's also have real conversations about the thing we call environmental justice, which is justice for all communities, understanding not everyone is impacted equally. Yes. If you look around the map of the country, some of the communities with the poorest air quality are communities of color, immigrant communities, low-income communities. You look at it in terms of access to affordability for electric vehicles or charging stations. You look at it in terms of if there is a flood, who can recover because they have the assets, because they're a homeowner, to actually repair the house versus who does not. So the environmental justice piece of this is extraordinarily important, and I will therefore emphasize another point. There are some forces in our country that are trying to say that it is a bad term to talk about DEI. They're trying to do with DEI what they did with woke. And we got to pay attention to that. They're trying to suggest that it is somehow wrong to talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That it is somehow wrong to talk about the fact that when you look at, for example, the fact that I'm the first woman of color to be Vice President of the United States.
Yep.
That the piece about diversity is somehow not important. When we talk about equity, here's the thing, it's a very basic point. We want that everyone
has equal opportunity, right? Well, yes, but it doesn't mean that that will be achieved because everyone gets an equal amount, knowing that not everybody starts out on the same base. Equity says, let's take into account where do people start out, because if you're only talking about equal amount and people don't start out in the same place, it's just going to repeat itself.
Yep.
So the concept of equity is about saying, let's pay attention to that. Inclusion, it's a simple point. Who's not in the room? Pay attention to who's not in the room, and let's figure out how they can have an open door, much less encouragement, to be in the room where important decisions are being made about all of us. And so EJ, environmental justice, takes into account things like equity, but I, again, will emphasize, understand what's happening in our country, where people who consider themselves very important leaders are trying to say it's bad to talk about DEI. They're trying to put pressure on corporations to not invest in DEI. They're trying to undo corporations and other private sector industries who are paying attention to this. And we got to fight against this. We have to fight against this because it will lead to very bad outcomes. And I say that because it is very clear diversity actually makes us stronger, both in terms of who we are socially and societally, but it also makes our economy stronger when we pay attention to these issues. DEI.
DEI. It really is so important to see someone like yourself in this position, the amount of people that you are inspiring to join office, to go to college, to pursue their dreams is so powerful. And a lot of the times I know we cannot become what we don't see. So y'all out there, keep fighting for your rights, fighting for your freedom, fighting for your mental health. And do as Madam Vice President said, get into the mental health space. We need more Black, Brown, and POCs occupying those spaces, because what it does for our mental health to see that we don't just inherit ancestral trauma, but we inherit the ancestral healing.
That's right.
And we heal together. Wow. What a beautiful space that we've all been able to curate together. This is co-created because you guys are so willing to listen and be responsive. And thank you so much, Madam Vice President, for coming out on this tour for the fight for our freedoms and understanding that the power is always in the people.
That's right. That's right.
Now, my last question or statement, observation. You know, this room is full of so many beautiful forward thinkers and possible future world leaders. What advice, though you've given so much today, but what advice would you like to leave us with today to keep us inspired and moving forward towards the goal?
So I'll start with this. For the students in particular who are here, you've already probably had, and I promise you you will, in your life and career, have a few, if not many, experiences where you are the only one like you in a room, be it a meeting room, a briefing room, a boardroom, a courtroom. And what I want you to remember is that we are all in that room with you. I want you to remember that when you walk in those rooms, you come with people. And you carry the voice of people who are so proud of you and expect a lot of you. Expect that when you walk in that room, chin up, shoulders back, you will carry the voice that is your voice, that represents so many. I want that you will each remember that, and remember a moment like this where there is collective pride for who you are
and great expectations for what you will continue to do. I want you to remember that, you will hear many times, oh, that can't be done. Nobody like you has done that before. Oh, you're too young. And I want you to not listen. Do not listen. Don't hear no. I eat no for breakfast. Don't hear no. Always believe in what can be, unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you. And I will say this also. You guys are at a very special point in your life. And enjoy this moment. You are sitting next to people who invariably may ask you to be godparent to their children, may ask you to be in their wedding, people who you may meet over the years. So create those bonds, which I promise you will be, for so many of you, lifelong, and enjoy this moment and feed your brains. And then the last point, which is not advice, but more of a lecture. So I'm just going to end with this, about this fight for our freedoms. And this is a group of students and leaders who understand many things and many cultures and many languages and a lot about the world. So here's what I'm going to share with you. As vice president, I have now met with over 100 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. When we walk in those rooms, representing the United States of America, we walk in those rooms with the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracy, rule of law, human rights. But here's the thing about being a role model. Everybody here knows this. When you're a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches what you say. People around the world are watching what's happening in our country right now. And one of my greatest fears is that, for example, let's say young women who are fighting against an autocrat or a dictator for their rights, their right to be educated, their right to be. And that dictator, that autocrat is looking at them and saying, you want to point to the United States? Well, look at what they're doing. You be quiet. This fight for our freedoms is also a fight for our democracy. And the outcome of this will impact not only the person you're sitting next to, but very likely will impact people around the world. And therein lies your power. Therein lies your power to potentially have an impact on people you may never meet, people who may never know your name, but because you chose to lead, will be benefited by your actions. And so I will leave you with that, which is know your power and use it. And thank you all. Thank you.
All right, everybody stand up. We are going to take a group selfie, okay?
Come, let's sit down. Good afternoon, everyone. It is so good to see everyone. Good afternoon. And to my friends, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can we just get a shout out for President Maria, who is doing extraordinary work? Hi.
It is absolutely wonderful to be here in Flagstaff, Arizona with the Vice President. Madam Vice President, thank you for being here.
Of course.
So I have to share with you, we were driving up from Phoenix yesterday, and to see the topography and the changes and then get to Flagstaff, you guys are living in a gem of a piece of America.
Yeah.
You really are. And Madam Vice President, you have been traversing all of the country, talking to young people, because it is a core of what we believe in democracy, is the more young people that participate, they change the country. You've been to Morehouse, you've been to community colleges, trade schools. Now you're here in Arizona, Northern Arizona University, a Hispanic serving institution, because it was a collective effort. And as you're traversing the country, you're meeting with all these different individuals about the power of them and their vote. And you know, something that's a fun fact that people may not know, that in 2020, young people participated in record number. Record number. And instead of getting us excited and knowing that we're expecting 12 million more Gen Zers to join the ranks of eligible voters this election. Instead of every single elected official applauding that effort and recognizing the strength of our democracies by our participation, instead, we find these individuals trying to infringe on our rights. Instead of applauding, they're saying, no, let's infringe on our rights so you can't participate. And I think it's because they're scared of the power of young folks. So talk to us why you've established this tour and why you're here today.
Absolutely. Well, first, I want to thank you guys for being with me, because this is such an important conversation that we are having. And I want to thank all of you who are here. Let me just start with this. One of the reasons that I decided to do this tour is because of who you are, the students who are here. Yours is an extraordinary generation of people. You know, when I think about what you have been through in your lifetime, you have only known the climate crisis. In your lifetime, you have had to endure active shooter drills. In your lifetime, you witnessed the murder of George Floyd. In your lifetime, you witnessed the highest court in our land take a constitutional right that had been recognized. In your lifetime, you endured through an historic pandemic. And you are still standing and leading, and you are here, strong and saying, I'm not going to leave this stuff up to anybody else. I'm not having it. I am prepared to lead. That is who you all are. And so I am here to tell you, and I say this as Vice President of the United States, your nation is counting on you. We need you. And personally, I want for you to be able to live your best life. In the midst, as Maria has said, in the midst of what I believe to be a full-on agenda and intention to attack fundamental rights and freedoms, hard-won, hard-fought fundamental rights and freedoms. And so I'm doing this tour to hear from you and to talk with you about what I know you know is at stake, and also to remind you that it doesn't have to be this way. When I talk about fundamental freedoms, fundamental rights, it is the freedom to have access to the ballot box, the
the freedom to love the person you love openly and with pride. It is the freedom to make your decisions about your own body and not have the government tell you what you're supposed to do. It is about the freedom to live free from fear, from hate, from bigotry, from bullying. And fundamentally, when I think about this issue about freedom, fundamentally, it is about the right to be free, to just be. The freedom to just be. So that's how I think about this tour. That's how I think about what we are fighting for, not against. And that's how I think about your generation and your leadership and why it is so important, knowing that here at this premier academic institution, you've already decided to lead. And of the many ways that you are going to make a difference, one of the ways is to exercise your power to vote. So that's why I'm doing this.
Madam Vice President, I don't know if you know this. I know you have 2 billion people in your office who probably tell you 200 million things, and you retain all of it. I know because I've seen. But I actually spent a lot of time in northern Arizona. I lived in Prescott, Arizona. Prescott like a biscuit. After I graduated from college. So I have spent some time up here with the lumberjacks. And this is a very strong community of folks and folks who come together. And I want to take this moment to make sure we throw some questions out to some students. Julian, if you are Julian Bernhardt.
There's Julian.
There we go.
Do I get to hold this? Ooh. Give me a second. I got to get situated, y'all. It's an honor to speak to you today, Vice President Harris. Truly, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I have had to fight for our future in this country. From attacks on our democracy to attacks on my individual identity, this story is shared by almost everyone in this generation. However, in this fight, young voters do not feel optimistic about politics or the future. And as an activist, I tell people that hope wins. We must be hopeful about the future and the power we hold. Can you offer some words of hope to young voters in this state about the power of their vote and how we stay optimistic about the future?
Well, Julian, you are one of the reasons I am optimistic about our future. Truly, I mean that. I mean that. I know what you're doing with your leadership, and it's extraordinary how you're lifting up so many voices. And truly, this college tour makes me optimistic. But, you know, I mean, on the issue of voting rights, listen, as Maria Teresa said, there is a full-on attack on voting rights. So let's put it in context, and I'm just going to go recent history, 2020. How many of you voted in 2020 or 2022? Because you voted, Joe Biden is President of the United States, and I am Vice President of the United States. Because you voted. Because you voted. Because you voted, we were able to come in office and then do things like say student loan debt is something we need to tackle because we have far too many of our students, especially first-generation college students, Pell Grant recipients, who are burdened by this debt to the point that they can't live a life. And so we are taking that on. The court did undo what we did. We're going to still keep fighting. But because you voted, we have engaged in loan forgiveness. Because you voted, we have now capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Raise your hand if you have a relative who has diabetes.
Look at these numbers. And what that means, Latinos are 70% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. African Americans, 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. And so many of our seniors, and the stories we have heard for years, who have had to make a decision about whether they could pay for their insulin or pay their rent. And we, because you have voted, have now capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Because you voted, we took on the issue of lead pipes, which are producing toxic water that our babies have been drinking and having an impact on their health and their ability to learn. We are now on track of getting rid of all lead pipes in our country. Because you voted and said during the pandemic it was not right that if we didn't have access or couldn't afford high-speed internet, we couldn't do our homework. That in the 21st century, access to high-speed internet is not a luxury, it is a right that all people are entitled to. And because you voted, we are now on path to make sure that it is accessible and affordable to all families. Because you voted, we passed the first meaningful gun safety legislation in 30 years. And I could go on and on. But it's because you voted. As Maria Teresa said, in 2020, we had record number of young voter turnout. And here's the byproduct of that. It scared some people. And so you saw that almost immediately after that election, laws were being passed to purposely make it more difficult for people to vote. Can you imagine? Purposely trying to make it more difficult for people to exercise their civic right to have a voice in their government and the future of their country. Laws that have been passed in states like Georgia that make it illegal to give people food and water when they stand in line to vote. The hypocrisy abounds. What happened to love thy neighbor? Period. Period. Laws being proposed in a variety of states around our country trying to make it more difficult for students to vote, playing games with student IDs and whether and which IDs qualify to allow you to present yourself in your eligibility to vote. So let's also understand, Julian, and you raised such an important point. When we talk about the importance of voting, it is absolutely about your voice being expressed through your vote. When we talk about the importance of voting, it is important to remember that generations of people fought and some died for your right to vote. It is also important to remember that is one of the ways that you will make a difference in our country. And it is important to remember that there are some people who are purposely trying to make it more difficult for you to vote so that you won't vote. And so I'm here to say, let's never let anybody silence us. Let us never let anybody silence us and our power.
You know, Madam Vice President, talking about that voice and not letting someone silence us. You often talk about how fundamental rights and freedoms are connected. Yeah. And, you know, this makes me think of the LGBTQ community, right? Which is a community that experiences hatred and disproportionate attacks, increasingly, to your point. And this struggle is not new to you. This fight is not new to you. It's something you did in the Bay. Yeah. It's something you did in Congress. And now, obviously, where you sit today as Vice President. I'm curious, as you travel the country, what are you seeing, and how can we continue to fight? And how can we continue to love thy neighbor and protect our brothers and sisters who are being attacked?
So, context, and to your point about my history with this work. First of all, my parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement back in the day, when they were out there marching and shouting for justice and for equality and for freedom. So I grew up in that movement as a young child who they would take to the marches in a stroller. And I was then, when I was District Attorney of San Francisco, proud in 2004. I know a lot of you were not born then. Back in the olden days, in 2004, I was proud to be one of the first elected officials to perform same-sex marriages in the United States. Proud. And I will tell you that that was not a politically popular thing to do with many people, including some Democrats. I think about it now, and next year will actually be the 20th anniversary of that Valentine's weekend when I performed those marriages. And I think of it in the context of places like Florida, with laws that are about do not say gay, don't say gay, laws that are basically punishing people for being themselves and loving who they love, laws that are having an impact on teachers and telling them what they can talk about in the classroom and who they can love. Because here's the thing. When I think about what's happening in Florida, so 20 years ago, next year, it'll be the 20th anniversary. The young teachers in Florida are in their 20s, and they are afraid in this year to put up a photograph of themselves with their partner for fear they might lose their job. The job of one of the most noble things anyone can do, which is to decide to teach other people's children. And as it is, they don't get paid enough. And you see what's happening, the vilification, the intent to, the book bans. Check out the book bans and how many of them are against either an LGBTQ plus author or have subject matter that is about LGBTQ plus subjects and people. You look at, the attempt to take us backward in a way that is also meant to marginalize people and make them feel small and to judge people and the hate that it is fueling. And it pains me to know that in places around our country, we have so many people who are living in fear just because of who they are in this year of our Lord, 2023. And it's interesting because, so here's one thing I'm going to share about myself. I'm kind of a geek. So to that extent, one of the things I love are Venn diagrams. I love Venn diagrams. So you could pull out a Venn diagram to help you with anything that looks like it's in conflict, right? So a Venn diagram. So I asked my team, let's look at from which states are we seeing attacks against LGBTQ plus people, attacks against voting rights, attacks against access to reproductive health care. You would not be surprised to know that there's a significant overlap. So part of what that then tells you, and here's the optimism about in the midst of this, what is possible, coalition building. Bringing together all the folks who have been fighting for LGBTQ plus rights, together with the people who have been fighting for years in terms of women's health issues and reproductive health care access, all the people who have been fighting for years on voting rights, and bringing folks together who seemingly have nothing in common, but have everything in common. Because on this issue of the attacks against the LGBTQ plus community, part of what I have to say is I strongly believe that nobody should be made to fight alone. And it is incumbent on us who believe in the strength of diversity and the importance of unity to build coalition. Because among the intents out there in terms of the attacks on fundamental freedoms, I believe is an intent to try to divide us as a nation and to distract us from the failure of so-called leaders who ain't doing nothing that is about uplifting our country and creating progress and the expansion of rights. So let's not allow ourselves to be divided or distracted. And one of the best ways to fight against that is to build community, build coalition, including on the issue of what is happening in terms of attacks against trans folks, attacks against the LGBTQ community as a whole. Let's bring everybody together. Nobody should be made to fight alone.
Madam Vice President, I think we're going to hear from another lumberjack.
Okay.
Jonathan Otero.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. To begin, I must thank you for being a true champion of young voices. As you know, I was studying a little bit of film on a couple of the campuses he visited, and one thing that stayed consistent was to never silence our voices. And so I thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And I want you as well to honor that today. As a proud Chicano aspiring educator, I must ask a question that relates to the lives and experiences of my students. This administration has continued to deport children and their families while simultaneously building the wall. Children continue to die at the wall because of this country's inhumane policies, much like the policies, crimes and funded against those in Palestine. "47 families in Gaza have been completely removed from the civil registry since the bombing began, meaning genocide. These families don't exist anymore. A UN school was bombed last week by Israel, killing 30 students and 11 UN staff. Just today, I know y'all saw the news. Today, Israel bombed the last Christian hospital in Gaza, killing over 500 doctors, children, and refugees. You know, my grandpa, Arnold Otero, who is in the audience today, told me one thing growing up as an educator, and that is that no one can ever take away your right to education. And so I ask you today, Madam Vice President Harris, as an educator, why take away the life of the children in Gaza and at the border, which ultimately takes away the fundamental right of education? Thank you.
So you've brought up a lot of issues, and there's a lot to unpack. Let us start with this. I absolutely understand, and it is my lived experience with the first subject that you raised, to know that this is a nation that was founded by immigrants. I am the child of a mother who came to the United States by herself when she was 19 years old, and I sit here as Vice President of the United States. I am acutely aware of the connection between immigrants and who we are as a country. And I feel very strongly about the importance of always recognizing America's history and current responsibility to acknowledge that. I will also say that it is important that we have a safe, orderly, and fair immigration system. When Joe Biden and I came into office, the first piece of legislation, I think it was the day after our inauguration, that we proposed was Pathway to Citizenship. And Republicans in Congress have purposely not picked it up because they have decided it is in their political best interest to create an issue
in a way that they can then politicize and play games with the lives of people, many of whom are fleeing or have fled, harm, or just a basic inability to take care of themselves and their families. And part of our immigration system has always recognized the importance of being a place where people who have a legitimate fear of harm can receive and seek, at the very least, asylum. So that's how I feel on the issue of immigration. On the issue of what is happening in the Middle East, I believe that Israelis and Palestinians both deserve peace, deserve self-determination, and deserve safety. I am deeply, deeply affected, as I think we all are, by what we have seen in terms of the loss of life and the violence that has occurred when, first of all, a terrorist organization, Hamas, struck Israel in the way that it did. I think it is important to recognize also the distinction between a terrorist organization, Hamas, and the Palestinian people and civilians. And they should not be conflated. And we must have a response to that in a way that we understand as humans that this suffering that is happening is something we must take seriously. So I appreciate you raising the subject, and I appreciate your leadership.
So I think one of the things that we have, no, I think something that, one of the reasons that, from what I understand, why you're going on tour is that you have been very specific that the Biden agenda, the Harris agenda, has started, but is not complete. And if you are to look around, this is the coalition that brought the vice president and the president into office. And if you look around, it's a multicultural, intersectional group of Americans that stepped into the ring. And what makes Arizona so critical is that in the last election, I'll give you an example. Voto Latino helped register and turn out 32,000 voters here in Arizona. 19,000 were first-time voters. Yeah. And the state delivered to the Biden and Harris administration by less than 12,000 voters. So follow with me. We're expecting 163,000 young Latinos to turn 18 between now and the next election. And what we know is that that's more than 10 times than the margin of victory in this state. And we also know at Voto Latino is that the top 3 issues for young Latinos in Arizona is absolutely the economy, abortion access, and immigration as it relates specifically to the undocumented loved ones, DACA, essential workers, and TPS. You have done a fabulous job with the Biden administration of addressing the top issues that young people went to the polls last time. And what I mean by that is that for the very first time, we have over a $500 billion investment in climate action, climate change. We also recognize that gun violence prevention program that you put together is also something that's resonating deeply. You spoke a little bit about student loans, but I think on everybody's mind is when we hear the administration talk about how the agenda is not finished. Many reasons that we saw not a red wave during the midterm elections, but an intersectional wave, particularly of young people getting into that ring, was because they were trying to take, and in some states taking away, a woman's rights to choose. So as we get into this new election season, young voters are going to be asking these questions. What is the unfinished agenda for young voters? What is the unfinished agenda that we would like to see the administration finish? I think we heard one was immigration, the other is codifying abortion rights. What can we expect, and how can young people in this room help achieve the second part of what needs to be accomplished?
So one piece I will tell you is this. I'm not here to tell these young voters what they want. I'm here to listen. And that is why I appreciate a candid dialogue about all of the issues of the moment. But let's talk a bit about, to your point about the abortion issue. Part of what is at play is that the injustice of it all, in the fact that the highest court in our land, the Court of Thurgood Marshall and RBG, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And one of the things I would encourage the students here to do, I know you do it every day, is when you are being presented with policy, really think about how it affects real people every day. So on this issue, since that case came down just over a year ago, there are people in our nation, all over our country, who have been silently suffering. Because you see, after that case came down, there are laws that have been proposed and passed that do things like, here in Arizona, say that there's no exception even for rape or incest. Now, everybody's grown here. We can have difficult conversations. So understand what that means. And I'll tell you in terms of a personal story. When I was growing up, my best friend in high school, I learned was being molested by her stepfather. And as you all know, I started my career as a prosecutor. That was one of the reasons why. I wanted to do the work that was about protecting women and children from harm. And so I know those kinds of cases. I specialized in those kinds of cases. The idea that someone would propose and pass a law that makes no exception for rape or incest means this. It means that these extremists are telling a survivor of a crime of violence to their body, a survivor of a violation to their body, that what happens to their body next is not their choice. That's immoral. It's immoral. What's happening in our country is people are proposing and passing laws, these extremist so-called leaders, that are penalizing healthcare providers literally with jail time, prison time, punishing women. Understand what it means for women who are living in these states with these laws, and understand that the majority of women who seek abortion care are mothers. Well, hopefully she has paid family leave, which we can't take for granted. That's one of the things we'll continue to fight for. Hopefully she has paid family leave, sick leave. Hopefully she has affordable child care. Can't take that for granted. We've been fighting for that. Hopefully she only works one job and not 2 or 3. Because what this then means is that she has to come out of pocket to figure out, one, how she's going to have care for her children, come out of pocket with a plane, a bus, a train ticket, to go to a different state where she doesn't know anyone. The expense of it all also means she's probably not going to be able to take a family member or a friend. To exercise a right that fundamentally she has. And I will say, on this topic, it is important to agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. It is fundamental. Fundamental. And so here's the thing that connects it with the earlier point about voting. What we simply need are a majority of people in the United States Congress who, whatever their personal belief, also agree the government should not be telling folks what to do with their body. And if we have that majority,
President Biden has been clear, if they propose a law that puts back in place the protections of that case, Roe v. Wade, Joe Biden will sign that into law. Elections matter. You have here in this state an attorney general and a governor who are holding it down in spite of these people in the legislature who are trying to go against their rights. Elections matter. And for anyone who's not registered to vote, I will ask you to go to vote.gov, see if you are registered, tell your family members, and register to vote. For many of these cases that we are discussing, who is in elected office at a local, a state, and a federal level literally will determine the outcome of this issue.
Something to really underscore is that Arizona is ground zero for our democracy. We are right now litigating before the court against the legislation that is 2492. For folks who don't know that, they want people doing the good work on the ground to ask someone for their citizenship before they register them to vote. We're on to them. And that's why it's important when the vice president asks for you to have conversations with your friends and family to get in the game, because those people that are telling you that voting doesn't matter, you better believe it, that they're sending in their voting. You better believe that they're standing in line, because they understand that when you occupy the voting booth, you occupy the sections of power. And this is why I think it's so important to have conversations and to learn more about what you're saying about a listening tour. So with that, I'd like to have another question from the audience, and his name is Machias Marks. Machias Marks. Where are you, Machias? Hi, Machias.
Oh, it's all good. I get a lot that.
No, my apologies. I did practice beforehand, and I still killed it. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, how was I gonna do this? So, real quick. And I'm pretty sure you didn't really catch that. So let me translate that for you. Now tuned in to the ancestral greatest. I am near the water, born for Edgewater. My mother's father is Red Bottom's people, and my father's father is the people's coming home. My name is Machias Marks, and again, it's an honor to be here with all of you. It's a beautiful community, and Vice President, I know when I was in the photo line with you, I froze when I shook your hand. I was like, oh, this is the Vice President. And I was in the same line with the Hopi chairman, and as well as the Navajo Nation president. I was just like, whoa, I'm actually here. I didn't think I'd be here. Like some like snotty res kid actually coming here to ask you a question, to shake your hand. Like, that's why I froze. So thank you again, Vice President.
Of course.
So this question, I know, reflects a lot of our communities, the communities that we come from, and as well as like the tribal leaderships that you've met today. And I know you didn't get to meet like all 14 tribes as leadership, but I'm sure this question pertains to them. We're here on sacred land, and when it comes to like this nation going green, and as well as facing like the climate that is changing and it's impacting all of us, we need to advance to make ourselves more resilient against the climate. And it impacts not only indigenous communities, but communities of color. So in the statement that us going green and becoming more climate resistant, how do we protect sacred sites and communities of color from the extractive industries that are coming in to mine lithium, to mine copper, to mine things that exist in our phones? How do we protect those communities of color, to protect their sacred sites and to protect their homes? And whatever answer you give, I'm sure that is the answer. So thank you. And thank you, Sarah.
Machias, thank you. Well, collectively we'll have the full answer. I have part of the answer. So first of all, the beginning of the conversation in terms of what's happening with elected leadership is this. For many, many years, we had people who were obstructing any smart legislation. They were pretending that the issue of the climate crisis was not real. They were literally denying it. And again, as with many of these issues, there is those of us who are fighting for something, and then there are powerful forces often that are fighting against what we need to do in terms of progress. But let me start with this. The native people, the original people of this land, here, this country, taught us something millennia ago that it is important for us to remember. Innovative, creative practices around what we must do to honor and protect this earth. And when I think about the leadership that has come out of these nations, these Indian nations, around this subject, it is something I have always taken very seriously in terms of who we include at the table when we first convene the table as leaders on the issue of the climate crisis. So I want to start with that. Part of the issue that we also have is just dealing with the fact that this crisis is real and we don't have a lot of time. The clock is not just ticking, it is banging. So one of the points of our leadership in coming in as an administration is we took it seriously. We have now put $1 trillion into this issue over the next 10 years to build up climate resilience, adaptation, to pay attention to overlooked and underserved communities. In fact, 40% of our resources are going to be going there. We are taking on the issue of environmental justice, something I have worked on for years, which is about recognizing that while the climate crisis affects everyone, it does not do so equally. For low-income communities, for communities of color, immigrant communities, they are often hit the worst. Because when you talk about the ability to build up resilience before the extreme weather events, well, the resources just aren't there and historically haven't been invested there. You talk about the ability to bounce back afterward. Again, the resources haven't been there and historically have not been there. So whereas higher income communities, communities with high rates of home ownership, can then, if they had to, the home got flooded, they've got insurance, they can pick things back up. For the communities that don't have insurance, that are renters, that are living in low-income communities, the ability to bounce back is so much slower. And what that means in terms of their lives and livelihoods is profound. So all of these are part of what we are doing, including investing in a clean energy economy. And that means the creation of jobs, good-paying jobs, jobs where we incorporate IBW and the trades unions to help with the training for the folks who are going to do the work of building back up our resilience and our economy in that way. I would also say, again, on the issue of environmental justice, that it is important to see what is happening in our country right now with some extremist leaders who are attacking DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're doing with that the same thing that they have been attempting to do with woke, which is to turn it into a bad word and turn it against those of us who understand the true meaning. You look at what's happening in states like Florida, where they are undoing DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, where corporations are starting to shut down a priority on those issues. Diversity is our strength as a country, always has been. Gets back to the point about immigration. Equity. Well, what is the importance of equity? It's basic, it's this. While we all want to fight for equality, everybody should get the same amount. That doesn't take into account the fact not everybody starts out on the same base. So if you're giving everybody the same amount, but they didn't start out on the same base, they're going to end up behind. And equity says, let's pay attention to that and make up for, especially historic issues in terms of the lack of resources being put into communities. So when we deal with the climate crisis, it is about what we must do with a sense of urgency. It is about putting the resources into it and an acknowledgement of it. It is about who's at the table in making the decisions. And it is also about fighting against a parallel agenda that is about attempting to have us not prioritize or even talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Madam Vice President, we've talked about a lot today. Reproductive rights, voting rights, climate, immigration. As you can see, this is an insanely passionate group of young folks. I'm curious, what would you leave them with today? What is the thing that you want all of them to like walk out of this room knowing, and to also go, turn to their neighbor and tell them, you know what I mean? What's the word that you want them to walk away with?
Well, first I want to bring up one other topic because we've not talked about it, and this is yet again another issue that this generation of leaders uniquely understands, and it's the issue of gun violence. So I'm going to start with this, and if the students here could indulge me, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand and hold it up for a minute. If at any time between kindergarten and 12th grade you ever had to go through an active shooter drill. And I'd ask the older adults to look around the room and the press to take a look at this. Okay, you can put your hands down. I don't think that the people who are in a position right now in elected leadership to do something about this fully understand what you guys have been through. You know, on this subject, I have had conversations with young students who would say to me, well, you know, I don't really like going to fifth period. Why, sweetheart? Well, because in that classroom, there's no closet to hide in. What this generation of leaders have gone through in terms of the trauma and fear, that while they're sitting in a classroom and their mind should be open to all that they can learn, and there's some piece of them that also is afraid that somebody might bust through the room with a gun. And I say this and bring this up to again reinforce that when you all start voting in your numbers, this is going to change. And part of the problem and the issue that you will provide the solution for is this. On this subject, there are people who are pushing a false choice, which suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, but we need an assault weapons ban. We need background checks, red flag laws. It's just reasonable. It's just reasonable. It's just reasonable that you might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know. It's reasonable. And so, again, I say that your role of leadership is going to make all the difference on all of these issues, from climate to what we are doing around social justice policy, what we are doing around immigration policy, what we are doing around voting, what we are doing at LGBTQ rights, what we are doing about fundamental freedoms. And so I'll end with answering more directly your question. And what gives me optimism is all of you. Because you are bold, you are smart, you are courageous. You are leaders, you are acutely aware of what is going on, what's not right, and you have solutions. And so my point in being here is to lift you up, to have folks understand and see, and then also to remind you that you are at a very special time in your life. I mean, I'd ask you to also to just look around, and you are sitting next to people who will be lifelong friends of yours. You are sitting next to people who you will be invited to their wedding. They may ask you to be godparent to their children. I know that makes you uncomfortable, but I'm telling you it's going to happen. It's a very special time. It's a very special time for you. And I would just leave you then with a couple pieces of advice. One of it is knowing who the students at NAU are, is to say this. For many of you, you're going to have many experiences you may have already had where you're going to walk into a room, be it a meeting room, a briefing room, a boardroom, and you're going to be the only one that looks like you in that room, or the only one who has had your life experience. And here's what I want to remind you
I want to remind you to look around this auditorium and hold on to this image and know that when you walk in those rooms, you are not alone. And you carry us all with you, who are applauding your presence in that room, who are expecting you to walk in chin up, shoulders back, carrying the voice of all those who can't be in that room at that time. The second thing I would say to you is that there will be many times in your life when you are being told, oh, nobody like you has done that, or oh, you're too young, or they're not ready for that, or it's going to be a lot of hard work. Don't you ever listen to that. I'm telling you, I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear no until the 10th time. Don't hear no. Don't ever hear it can't be done. Because that gets back to the original point of this tour, which is that you have a right to live your best life. And you must know that it doesn't have to be this way when we see injustice, when we see those who are attacking liberty and freedom. It doesn't have to be that way. And then I guess my last point would be this. You know, when we talk about our freedoms and rights, as much as anything, we're talking about the importance of democracy. And there's a duality to democracy, the nature of it. On the one hand, when democracies are intact, they're very strong in terms of what they do to fight for and protect freedom and right, the freedom of expression, the freedom of association, the freedom to be. They're very strong in lifting people up with their rights. On the other hand, democracies are very fragile. It's only as strong as our willingness, the people's willingness to fight for it. And so know that that's where you come in. And that is why your country and we are counting on you. This is a fight that is born out of love of country and our belief in the ideals on which our country was founded, recognizing we haven't fully reached them yet. But it is incumbent on each of us to fight for those ideals to make them real. And so that's why I'm here. And again, I thank all the leaders who are here for what you are doing. We are counting on you, and we are so proud of you. Thank you.
Real quick, I would just like to exercise my right to get a selfie. Just real quick, if you don't mind. Will you guys do a selfie with me? Yeah? All right, let's do it.